Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Birdprey Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was a bright and happy boy. He had a caring mother and respectable father. He was always very energetic, loved analyzing anything and everything, and was able to make anyone get a smile on their face. Even if he didn't have a quirk that was okay and he was fine with how people treated him, he was used to it by now. He has always been quirkless and always will be. It doesn't matter if his nails grow a bit longer, sharper, and a bit darker. That was fine because his mom always made sure to cut them regularly. What if he accidentally hurt someone with them? Then Izuku would feel so bad about it. He's always thankful for his mother's thoughtfulness. She always makes sure he doesn't accidentally hurt himself or others. Besides the point, the longer and sharper nails aren't a quirk. The doctor even said so. Some kids would ask about the two long diagonal jagged scars on his back. Izuku understands that they're just curious like he is, and if he saw someone that had these types of scars, he would probably ask too. He always tells people the same thing though, he's had them since birth. That's what his mom and dad says. They also said it was because of some sort of accident when born that they had to fix because it would have hurt him otherwise. Izuku's parents were just so kind and always made sure he was safe, so he would appreciate it if you don't ask about them again. It makes his parents upset and he doesn't want to see them sad. They already blame themselves that he got hurt at such a young age. Some kids notice that he can be a bit clumsy at times too, but that's because he doesn't have toes. Dum. It was the same accident that happened when he was just born. His feet were deformed and they were causing him pain, so they had to take off the parts that were hurting him so much. Both of Izuku's parents stated how much he cried in pain from his feet even though he never was using them. They even said they tried to think of other ways so he could keep his toes, but they just couldn't see their baby boy in pain just from existing, so he doesn't have toes anymore. Izuku would be very happy if you don't make fun of his balance or occasional clumsiness plus the random tripping on air. To be honest, the fact you brought it up is kinda mean. Sometimes he thinks about the little bit of pain he has in his lower back. It would be right where his tailbone is, and sometimes it just aches so much. It's the same with how his head feels sometimes. He just randomly gets headaches and the doctor just says he has chronic headaches. That really sucks. Izuku doesn't understand why that happens, but it must be part of the long list of birth complications he has had all his life. Besides the occasional pain, Izuku was normal. Not to mention the weird little quirks he has, haha quirks, but really. Izuku loves fish, like really loves fish more than a normal Japanese person would. He wants it for every meal and usually always and forever as raw can get, but his mama doesn't like that, so he never really gets much fish. He also loves chicken a lot. He loves that raw too, but not as much as fish because fish is the best. Sometimes he just feels so hungry, it's almost as if he didn't eat at all. Another thing is that on occasions he just likes to make noises, like little songs or chirps and such. Izuku was told he acts a lot like a bird and he finds that kind of funny because no one in his family has a mutant-based quirk, so it's not like he can get it from there. Anyways, back on topic, Izuku had a normal quirkless childhood and he was okay with that. It didn't matter that people made fun of him, pushed him, stole his things, covered his desks in mean words and put spider lilies where he sits because all of that stuff was normal. It didn't matter because he was used to it and he also had his mom and dad. They always tried their best for him. If it wasn't for them, Izuku would probably not be here because of all his birth complications. He will always be quirkless. Until All Might. Now he has a quirk even if it hurts him so much. It's a quirk, the thing he wanted to have all of his life, and now he has one. It's really a dream come true. He's able to go to his dream school, actually makes friends, getting taught by teachers that don't hate him off the bat, and the school lets him get whatever food he wants because he is paying for it. He can have raw fish every day now, but he doesn't tell his mom and dad that because they would be upset that he does. Even if Kaken is still here making fun of him and no one seems to be doing anything. It's fine because it's so much better than before. Today they were going somewhere else on campus. It was called the USJ and 13 was there. It was so cool and everyone just looks like heroes already. They look ready to help everyone and it makes Izuku so happy. Then there was a purple portal. Then there were villains. Now he, Tsu, and Mineta are at the edge of the shipwreck zone looking at their teacher fight for all of their lives without caring for his own. Sensei couldn't see it, but all three of them could, a villain trying to attack him while he was focused on the main hand guy. Izuku didn't want his teacher to be at more of a disadvantage, so Izuku did what he was best at. He moved before his head could think. Izuku jumped over as fast as he could. The villain let out this weird purple-grayish bubble to his sensei. It moved a little faster than he thought it would, but since the villain was just coming out of the water from where they were hiding, it didn't take him long to intercept it. Izuku didn't notice Tsu was stunted at what he did but stuck out her tongue to stop him. She wasn't fast enough though. He felt the bubble popped on his side and everything was suddenly spinning. It was too loud, too bright, and his body hurt so much. Izuku felt something wrap around him and he was sent flying again. Soon he felt something freezing cold and wet on his side. Then it all stopped and he was right beside Tsu, who had a concerned and worried face on, or well, as much concern and worry she could make it. "Are you okay, Karo?" Izuku was about to answer when Mineta spoke up first. "Are you as sking that? I look at him. He was suddenly a baby, now he's back but with those things." He looked over to Mineta and saw what he was pointing at, following his finger to see him pointing at the spot behind his back. Izuku twitched a bit and felt movement behind him plus new added weight. His shoes also suddenly felt very uncomfortable. His hero costume also felt off now too, and were his shoes torn? Getting scared about what the random quirk could have done to him, he whipped his head around to look behind himself. One thing Izuku liked was the fact that he could move his neck around a little better than anyone else, so he could turn his head farther back and see. "Karo Midoriya dash. What the F is that?" Izuku quickly flapped the wings that are currently on his back and is just generally freaking out. This got both Tsu and Mineta to try to calm him down, but it seems not to be working in the slightest. The wings that are on Izuku's back are long and narrow, but they are big. They also seem to still have downy feathers on them, a really deep dark almost black-green color. He tries to turn around and holds his wings up a little bit to see them even better. What happened over here? Everything halted in Izuku's already spiraling mind. All of them slowly looked over to see the hand villain, Shigaraki, his mind supplemented, who was quietly stalking closer. He felt himself freeze on the spot, not knowing what to do. He's coming closer, and Izuku saw what happened to Aizawa's elbow when he touched it. Standing there unable to move, the hairs on the back of his neck on end, as Shigaraki is getting closer and looking more frustrated by the second. Why did you suddenly get a level up, you NPC? Izuku zeroed in on the villain's hands as they shot up to his neck and scratched at it relentlessly. It soon blossomed red and quicker with blood. He gulped, thinking about those things getting close to him. "Why do you have something new?" Shigaraki was not stopping and instead advancing faster. Izuku dared to look slightly around him and saw Aizawa pinned to the ground by that monster. His eyes whipped back onto Shigaraki when he heard the steps too close for his liking. Now he can see the deranged smile under that hand mustache. That's a real hand. I hate when random NPCs get a boost mid-fight, and I'm sure killing a few kids would make the heroes get here faster. Without giving any other indication, a hand flew up to Izuku's face and all he could manage was stumbling back a step, but he couldn't get out of the way. He clenched his eyes shut and waited for pain, hoping it would be quick and not drawn out. The croak from Tsu was the thing that got him to open his eyes first, and he quickly noticed that he was in fact not in immense pain. The second thing Izuku noticed was the fact Shigaraki wasn't looking at him anymore but instead looking behind him at where Aizawa-sensei was at last. "Eraserhead, you sure are so cool. Did you know that?" The only thing that he could think that was saving him from a most likely painful death right now is Aizawa-sensei using his quirk, but Izuku saw how beat up and bloody he was. As Shigaraki turned around to go back to just watch Aizawa be pounded into the ground, Izuku lost the feeling in his legs. He fell onto the floor and his butt hit the ground. All he could do was stare at the villain's back as closer to Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Before he could quite think about what he was doing for the second time during this villain attack, Izuku was flinging himself at Shigaraki, hoping to at least get one hit. He just needs one. As soon as he let the punch land, he felt his fist hit something solid, but It didn't move. He shakily looked up to see the beast that was on his sensei now standing in his way of the punishment for his boss. Oh, seems like you just learned that Nomu has shock absorption. Too bad you're not as strong as All Might, but that would only work if you were around his strength in his prime. He felt the cold sweat drip down his back, and only now did Izuku notice the slight breeze from his back area. His hero outfit ripped from the wings forming probably. He really didn't want to make Mom upset for wrecking it already. Oh, this is how it feels when your death is coming at you. Izuku saw as the Nomu was reaching for him, but he knew he couldn't get away fast enough. He thinks he hears Mineta scream out, maybe something pink trying to get to him first, and he can slightly see Aizawa's panicked, pain-wreaked face, and he looks like he's about to yell out. Izuku can't tell if it's out of pain or worry or something else, but he likes how slow everything feels. The wings on his back still feel so weird with all this wind whipping around. Izuku thinks that when he jumped at Shigaraki the wings opened up a bit and caught some air, that made him slower in the end too. Maybe if Izuku didn't have these wings on his back he would have gotten to Shigaraki first. Suddenly everyone stops, but he can't tell why. He can't hear anything, his ears are ringing too much. He follows where everyone seems to be looking at and sees him. It was All Might, he's finally here. Why was he so late? All Might isn't smiling and Izuku still can't hear. When he's not smiling it makes him look scary. Before Izuku could move out of the way, the Noma jumped and met All Might halfway midair. The collision makes a shockwave happen and soon he's back to falling on his rump. He flings his head up to see that both All Might and the Nomu now on the ground punching each other, each hit leaving small shockwaves in its wake. He's frozen by how much power is just being thrown around in front of him. This is how strong All Might is. And this is after the injury. How much stronger was he before this? Izuku snapped his head down at the feeling of something wrapping around his waist. It was a tongue. Then he was being pulled back over to where both Tsu and Mineta are motioning him to come closer. Oh, it was Tsu's tongue. Midoriya ISW swear if I see you J jump into a villain A again Toda I will use my quirk to stick you in PLAs until to old other WIs. Mineta was freely letting tears fall from his face and he looked at Izuku as he got pulled closer. Once in arm's reach, Tsu didn't let him go but quickly gave him a look over just in case. Midoriya, Karo, I think it's best if I hold on to you for the rest of the time. He looked down and felt how Tsu's grip on him got a little tighter but otherwise said nothing about it. We should also get Karo, Aizawa-sensei away from the fight. All Might can't fight right with him laying right in the middle of it. Izuku looked back over to where Aizawa was laying and saw how close he was. That's a really bad spot to be in, especially since he can't move from what that Noma did to him. Hey Midoriya, look at you. I am so jealous. Why you have a girl holding on to you? Ha? Izuku slowly blinked as he looked back to Mineta. He looked really worried with a forced smile on his face. He looked at Mineta for a bit without saying anything and he doesn't know how long he stayed quiet, but at one point the grape-headed boy frowned. Why you're not even gonna say anything to that? Very one at least st shows some kind of reaction. Why you are okay right? Tsu slightly pushed onto Mineta's side to get him moving into the direction where Sensei was laying. Karo, I think he might be in some kind of shock or maybe the quirk is messing, Karo, with how he's processing things right now. Karo, but we should keep him close to us. We don't want him flinging himself at the enemy again when he's, Karo, still under the effects of this quirk. Mineta nodded along as they slowly started to approach Aizawa-sensei. The talk about him, as if he wasn't there, made him scrunch up his face a bit. He's fine. Just everything feels too much, the lights are bright, noise is too jumbled and it's hard to hear both of them. His skin on his back, head and feet are burning like crazy. Izuku honestly feels like he should have jumped into the water by now to try and cool down this burning sensation. Well at least he seems to not see what's going on around him. The grape-head boy pointed at his face and Tsu seemed to be staring into his eyes. It was like she was looking for some kind of answer. She shook her head and just moved Mineta's attention back to Aizawa-sensei. How did they get by him so fast? Just help, Karo, me carry Aizawa up the steps right now. I'll make sure, Karo, to keep hold of Midoriya. Mineta nodded with determination as he moved to pick us their sensei. This seemed to spring Izuku out of his little zoning out phase as he went to help the two. Midoriya? Are you able to help carry sensei up the steps? I don't want you down near the main right at the moment, Karo. Izuku shot a quick look back at the All Might, but he quickly focused back on the most important problem. He scrunched his face in concentration, trying to figure out what Tsu said exactly. I help. Help Aizawa. Tsu just nodded her head and let him carry Aizawa back up to the entrance. They didn't come across any villains on their way up. It personally felt like Izuku was wading through molasses. Halfway up the steps, both Mineta and Tsu tensed as they focused on the center plaza, but Izuku was facing the wrong way to see. He also didn't want to turn around and just drop Aizawa. Don't worry about it, Midmido. He heard Tsu croak behind him, and a gentle hand gave a small squeeze on his shoulder. Yamido, don't worry about it. Karo, All Might is still trying to figure out the Nomu, and we are trying to get Aizawa, Karo, to safety. Let's focus on one task at a time, Karo. What Azui said. They resumed the normal walking pace up the stairs. All the villains in the main plaza must have been dealt with by now. As they finally got to the top of the steps, an ear-piercing boom was heard echoing through the whole building. Izuku curled into himself while trying to cover his sensitive ears and not drop his sensei onto the unforgiving ground. He was already slammed into it enough times as is. Before he could lose all his grip, Izuku felt another pair of hands hold onto Aizawa. Don't worry, Mido, Karo. I can help now, since that all the villains seem not to care about us. With that, they were able to make it all the way to where 13 was placed and some of their classmates sat. They quickly bombarded them with two loud, "It hurts?" questions, and Izuku couldn't hold onto Aizawa anymore. He covered his ears and felt the wings on his back curl around him protectively. It felt very fluffy and comfortable. No one was yelling anymore, but he didn't want to get out of the nice, safe place he created. He crouched down until he was able to fully fold in on himself, hiding as much of his body as he could. After finally being somewhere his body thought was safe, Izuku slowly began to relax and try to get a hold of his senses. It was very calming and felt like he was in his own little world wrapped up in their wings. A bit shocking that he could feel so safe with this weird quirk still affecting him, but Izuku isn't picky. He's safe, no one is trying to touch him. He thinks he can hear others nearby, but they sound familiar enough that he doesn't need to be nervous about them. Izuku doesn't know how long it took for someone to come up and try to talk to him, but now they are. The only reason he noticed them was because he finally focused back into his surroundings. Wouldn't that be called dissociating? Hey, Midoriya? Midoriya, are you there? He takes some deep breaths, then pokes his head out from behind the feathers. He quickly locked eyes with Mike Sensei. He looks a bit worried, but besides that, everything else seems fine. Hey, there you are, buddy. Do you know where you are right now? Izuku took a little bit to discuss the words but nodded his head. USJ, attack, villains, Tsu, Aizawa's knocked out, Aizawa's knocked out. He was supposed to help them get Aizawa-sensei to a safe spot so they could check his injuries. Izuku moved his head around trying to look for the others. Hey, calm down. What you looking for, little listener? Maybe I can help find it or them. He locked on Mike Sensei again, right? If he was here, that means the other teachers are here too. Aizawa? Oh yeah, he's being taken to the hospital right now, okay? He'll be right as rain as soon as the doctors know what to help with. He saw how the smile Mike Sensei gave him was stranded and that his voice was a little tight as well. It makes him a bit nervous, but he can't help now. He doesn't know any medical knowledge at all. Hey, come on, little listener. We have to get you checked out too. That is, if you can walk, I can carry you. If you can't, or we can even have them come to you. It's all up to you right now. Mike Sensei said all of this with a kind and warm voice. It made Izuku feel very calm. He just decided to soak up the warm and safe feeling for a little while longer. He never really got much of it, but that was okay. I'm pretty sure I can walk, Mike Sensei. He slowly got up and held out his arms, trying to get balance when everything seemed to spin for a second. He also felt his wings spread out to help with his balance as well, but they were more throwing him off than they were helping him. Wayo there, listener. Mike slightly grabbed onto Izuku's arm to try and help. It did, and soon he found his balance again. He smiled gratefully to Mike, and then they were off to the EMTs that were dispatched, with a bit of a limp because for some reason walking felt weird. As soon as he got to the medical area, people were trying to basically push him into the direction they wanted him to go. Too many hands were touching him and his wings felt weird when they touched them. They shouldn't be touching them. As quickly as they started to direct Izuku where they needed him to go, he was already screeching at them in more of a bird's defensive screech than an actual human yell. This seemed to shock the EMTs, and Mike just cringed at the volume, which probably hurt the other people's ears. He has something to help with noise dampening, so Mike is fine. It felt like something on Izuku's head was lifting up, and he could feel the feathers on his wings and back also lift up. He wanted them not to touch him so much. It was too much, and he didn't like it, but Mike is fine. One pair of hands helping him stand and walk better is just fine. Thank you very much. Hizashi didn't know what to think when they got the message from All Might. He was on his way to the USJ mid-call and was saying they were under attack. Villains were there hurting the kids. His heart stopped because Hizashi knew that if the kids were being hurt, that either meant they got past both 13 and Shoyuta or they scattered them somehow. All the classes were informed to not under any circumstance to leave their classrooms, and if they have to, use their quirks for self-defense. All the teachers were on their way over with a bus, and they intercepted Ida along the way. The poor boy looked so tired and frightened. He gave a more in-depth report on what was happening at the USJ, and it was honestly making Hizashi worried. A warper, too many villains, the warper separating all the students from the teachers, and Ida didn't know if they were all still in the building or taken somewhere else entirely, let alone alive, but no one mentioned that line of thought. It made all of them stiffen up when Ida even mentioned a certain villain that didn't move or do anything the whole time. Just standing there with a very weirdly built body that was a deep purple and multiple scars all over them. The rest of the ride there was intense silence as they all hoped that no one was hurt too badly, but they all tried to seem fine for the kid that was riding with all of them. Once they finally got there, all of them quickly got out. One teacher stayed behind to help the EMTs, police, and ambulances find their way here easier. They did have Recover Girl with them, and they all opted for her to start setting up a makeshift med spot for when the kids got out. They then quickly entered the USJ, and it was a nightmare. Villains were scattered everywhere, and before anyone could think, Snipe was shooting his gun into the middle plaza. This got Hizashi to notice the state All Might was in, and there were kids around him trying to help with the fight, but they were all walking away. He was about to go into his small form. Hizashi was yelling down the steps to make sure the villains would stay away from the kids that were set up nearby. He also noticed Samantas sliding down the steps and blocking off All Might from the kids. Only 2 villains were able to escape because they were the closest to the warper, and all of the teachers were able to finish up the other villains quickly. They all seemed like small-time thugs and were just here for cannon fodder. That was most like the use of them because the kids even said that they were pretty easy to fight. Hizashi was trying to make sure the kids coming up the stairs were okay and safe, slightly talking to them to get some kind of read on their state of mind. It was a rough idea because they just got done with a traumatizing situation and most likely wouldn't show any signs yet, but it's just in case. He was so focused with the students coming up the stairs that he didn't notice the ball of feathers with the little group of students there trying to help their injured teachers. The only reason he noticed was because someone kept repeating one name, Midoriya. After so many times of Hound Dog repeating the name, he looked around and saw it. Besides Hound Dog was a big ball of feathers? They were a deep dark green and brown with specks of white near the tips of the wings or maybe under them. They also looked really puffy, maybe fluffy. They looked like new chick feathers that you could usually see on through those live Animal Watch channels and documentaries. It was weird, and also the fact that he thinks he sees a head of green hair in all those feathers. Midoriya, can you hear me? Hizashi couldn't understand how this person could be the cute nervous green bean because, well, he doesn't have a mutation. The kid has a strength quirk, not any type of animal mutation or transformation. So trying to figure out what's going on, he walked up to Hound Dog to get some info. Hey Hound, whatcha doing? Mike was trying to be casual. It usually helped his mind in these types of stressful situations, especially after he saw the state Aizawa and 13 were in. Just act normal, Hizashi, you can break down later. Hound Dog looked back up to him with a slightly worried expression, but he quickly schooled it. This little pup is Midoriya Izuku, I can smell it's him. The other students that were with him said that he got hit by some quirk. Oh, so it was a simple quirk effect. The poor little listener was probably just overwhelmed by all the noises and senses he got. Birds aren't fond of loud, noisy areas like this to begin with if they aren't used to it. So the little listener was hit by some kind of mutation quirk. Might last for like a few hours, maybe a day at best. Like a few days at worst, nothing too bad, but does he have any injuries? He was always breaking his bones with all the strength he's got. He lets his normal chill but happy President Mike's smile drop down on his face. The kid was fine, and Hound Dog must just be worried about the kid's mental state right now. Hound Dog would be rushing over to the medics if he was hurt badly or something else bad. The thought was proven wrong from when he noticed how tense Hound Dog was. How he was holding himself by Midoriya, like he was ready to jump away at any moment like the kid would attack him. That's not right. He's so tense and on guard around a kid? A kid that was in the hero course and also probably only hit with a mutation quirk. No. He was hit with something else. This made every thought in Hisashi's head freeze. Then why does he have... I can see the question on your face, Mike. I'll tell you all I know right now. I already called to tell Nedzu what's happening with the pup, and also Recover Girl. They will probably need a quirk specialist and find which villain used their quirk on him. Hisashi blinked a couple of times, but after letting his mind catch up with the info that was given to him, he nodded for Hound Dog to continue. The students with him, Mineta and Azui. They both state that Midoriya turned into a baby after getting hit with a quirk that was aimed at Aizawa while he was mid-fight with a villain. Azui said she thinks he's named Shigaraki, who had a deadly disintegration quirk. The thing is, after being hit with the quirk, he suddenly had little wings and his feet changed, and he looked like he just gained a mutation quirk from the quirk that was just used on him. That's a weird quirk, but usually de-aging quirks all vary, mostly only last minutes or a few hours if they go that far back. Very rarely would you see a quirk that de-ages someone that young and see it lasting for a day or more, but there were some that existed. So, if Midoriya was affected by a de-aging quirk, what's with the wings and... Hisashi then saw the very sharp talon-type feet poking out of the feathers. And the other bird features on him? Shouldn't they have, like, gone away by now? Hound nodded but turned his attention back to the kid. Yes, that's what I thought, but they said that they stayed and that even Midoriya was confused by it. They move all on their own, and Azui even mentioned that Izuku looked more comfortable with them on, but he seemed to be bothered by all the noise. Hisashi nodded along to all the information that was given to him. He knew quirks well enough. He was very good at taking them apart and learning how to use them, so he can maybe help a little bit before the specialist gets here. It can hurry up the process, and that's probably why Nedzu and Recover Girl were trying to get others to help. Azui said he started to space out more and lost focus after a certain point. It was most likely due to shock, because she even mentioned how he almost had the disintegration quirk used on him, but Aizawa was able to stop it before his head was smashed into the ground again. That's why I'm here trying to help ground him again, but it seems that nothing I'm doing is working. Hound Dog looked to be getting a little annoyed, but not at the little listener, but just because he couldn't help. This was the man's main profession besides hero work, so of course his anger was a bit high, especially after what they all had to go through with this attack. Hisashi stood there a bit, trying to think of ways to maybe help. He has helped some students in the past with this type of thing. He's pretty sure all the staff in UA knows how to handle this type of thing. But most likely not all might. Can I help? I've had the little listener in my class, and he seemed to like me a little bit more than the others he already had. I mean, he loves all his teachers, but he seemed more excited with me, if that makes sense. That way you can cool down a bit. Don't want you to go all growling on us now, do we? Hisashi gave a wide smile, but he knew that Hound Dog knew it was all for show. This man could read people well enough to know when they are feeling an emotion, but at least he doesn't call Hisashi out for it. Hound huffed but got up from his spot. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I don't want to accidentally scare the little pup and just have him further into that mindset. I'll see how the other kids are, then see if the others need help with the villains. Might need to sniff some out from their hiding spots. Hisashi nodded and quickly took the place Hound was just at. If he can help, then maybe he could get the kid over to the medics faster. If they walk over, then they know that the kid should, that's a big should, be okay with people near him. He gave a look over Midoriya and noticed where his head was in the feather fluff. He could probably talk closer to his head or more in the direction of his head so he could hear better behind all that fluff. It was very cute fluff too. Midoriya, can you hear me? I know a lot has happened, little listener, but I can tell you where you are right now if that will help. Right now we have heroes grabbing all the villains and putting them away. The villains are all cuffed and can't hurt you or your classmates anymore. I don't have anything to tell the time, but I can confidently say it's a little past lunch. Hizashi kept talking like that and hoped his voice was helping the kid in some way. He had to shoo off some annoying paramedics that wanted to touch him and check him, but Hizashi wasn't having that. The little listener needs to be present so he could understand what's happening. He could go into another state of panic if people suddenly touch him. Hey. Midoriya? Midoriya, are you there? Hizashi zeroed in on the small movement that was made. It was the first time the kid had moved in a while, and then he saw Midoriya's face. His cheeks were stained with tears and his hair looked more of a mess than normal. There are some feathers in his hair and there were 1 or 2 feathers near both sides of his eyes, and Midoriya also had the black markings hawks as by his eyes. That doesn't even cover all of the feathers at his hairline, but Hizashi can ignore that for right now. The kid needed to know that nothing was wrong. If Hizashi starts to freak out, then so will the kid. He was able to lock eyes with the little listener, so that means he can see him. That's really good. Hey, there you are, buddy. Do you know where you are right now? Hizashi put on a calm but bright smile and waited for the kid to show some kind of answer. Usually after someone comes out of shock or a dissociating episode, they can take a couple seconds to answer. They just needed a little bit more time to think is all. He watched as the green bean started to think of his answer, and Hizashi saw the panic emotions behind those slightly unfocused eyes. Kid must be remembering the attack and what was happening. It was also his little group that was trying to protect Aizawa, so Midoriya quickly started to wipe his head around to try and find not something but someone. He must be worried about the others that were with him, and the condition Aizawa was in was also not that great. Positive thoughts, Hizashi Yamada. Positive thoughts help. Hey, calm down. What you looking for, little listener? Maybe I can help find it or them. He needs to try and get the kid to calm down and get to know if he was looking for the next fight or the injured would help with that. Hizashi locked eyes with him again, and he could see some panic drain from those deep forest green eyes. Aizawa? Okay, so Hizashi was right about trying to find Aizawa. He was the most injured, and the little listener probably knew that too. At least he seemed to calm down a little more while looking at him. Oh yeah, he's being taken to the hospital right now, okay? He'll be right as rain as soon as the doctors know what to help with. He tried to sound happy and calm, trying to sound okay and that everything was fine, but Hizashi could see it. Midoriya had a calculating look in his eyes, and it seemed like he was dissecting him. Hizashi knew he was found out when he saw that little tension that went away come back. He must have not had that much of a convincing calm voice for that kid. He needs to get the kid's attention somewhere else. He could try to put whatever injury the kid might have to light. That might distract him enough, and then they could help with this weird quirk he was hit with. Hey, come on, little listener. We have to get you checked out too. That is, if you can walk, I can carry you. If you can't, or we can even have them come to you. It's all up to you right now. Hizashi just needed to get his focus somewhere else and his injuries treated. He just needed to get him to a spot that has better people qualified to help with the type of quirk he was hit with, then it should help a bit more. He tried his best to sound calm but excited and happy, calm but excited, happy and kind. That was what President Mike was like 24/7. Some found him annoying, but it always seemed to work wonderfully with kids. Having someone happy and carefree always just calmed a kid down a little better sometimes. He watched as the kid sat there for a bit. He was probably thinking again. For all Hizashi knows, the kid could have a sprain somewhere that he doesn't know about. I'm pretty sure I can walk, Mike Sensei. Midoriya then proceeded to try and get up, and he got up a lot faster than Mike would have liked. He was then proven right with the thought that the little listener could walk well right now by how he held his arms out for balance. Midoriya also spread out his wings as well, and the underside was white like Hizashi thought they were, but they also had a few green feathers here and there too. He quickly noticed how Midoriya was losing balance, and then he was gaining it, and he swiftly went to his aid. Wayo there, listener. He grated lightly onto Midoriya's arms and tried to steady him a bit. He was happy that he was able to help the green bean stand better. Hisashi got a big bright thankful smile in return for the help he gained. It really warmed Hisashi's heart. He was then able to help quickly make their way over to where the little med camp was made. The paramedics were traveling between that and the ambulances. Poor Green Bean had somewhat of a limp, but that might be the fact that his feet are longer right now and also have talons on them at the moment. Hisashi would find it hard to walk right after his feet changed so drastically. Hisashi was glad that it didn't take that much time to get to the mid-area, but he soon regretted it as the paramedics and doctors rushed them. It caught him off guard, but Mike quickly recovered and tried to push them away to give Midoriya space. He could see the kid start to panic again. He could lash out or fade out again at this point. He tried to get the annoying dumbass off them, but they were just getting closer and not observing how much Midoriya hated that fact they were touching him. Hisashi was close to just straight up punching them. RG wouldn't let this slide at all if she was watching. That feisty old woman would smack all of these fuckers with her cane. Hisashi can see the panic quickly raise more and more and more, and he couldn't get them to back off. Right when he was about to call over one of Ecto's clones, if they were going to act like this with a recently traumatized child, then they can just get out. But right when he waved over to one, Midoriya screeched. It was muffled, but Hisashi could tell he was screeching a bird screech. It wasn't human yelling at all, and it sounded desperate and defensive, and it hurt Hisashi's heart. It at least got all the EMTs off them, as then all covered their ears. That's what they get. He was glad he had ear protection on because of his quirk, but it wouldn't matter that much anyway with how bad his hearing is. This loud screech also seemed to alert a bunch of people and different teachers. The EMTs backed off, but now more people were coming over, and Hisashi knows for a fact that would not go well with the kid right now. He looked back to the kid and saw the feathers that unfluffed themselves from before standing back up on edge. Hisashi also clearly could see how the kid's hair was also taller and a bit more puffier. He could see the feathers in his hair mix with his normal hair standing up in defense. The kid was on the defensive again, but this time it seemed like the kid would attack with how he was trying to make himself look bigger. Hisashi was still able to hold onto the kid's arm just to keep him steady, but anytime someone came too close he would hiss at them. It was a bit of a shock to see the usually sweet, kind, and shy kid just be openly threatening and violent to anyone nearby. Don't get Hisashi wrong, he believes the little listener is in the right to be upset about people all up in his personal space after this attack, but now how can he get Midoriya checked out? Recovery Girl was away trying to make sure they treat Shoyuta right and to make sure his eyes come out okay and use a very little bit of her quirk on him. She wasn't here to give a quick smooch then back off so the kid is fine. He doesn't even know if Midoriya is majorly injured. This whole threatening thing could be him being defensive while he's hurt. Hisashi doesn't know because animal mutants act differently from non-mutants. He doesn't know how to help him. How can he help? Yamada-kun. A bright, cheery squeak of his name was said to the right of him, making whoever talked a good distance away from Midoriya that is on his left side. The kid shouldn't get too defensive with him in the way of the person. He looked over and saw Nezu coming over, albeit at a slow and cautious pace, but coming over still. Hello. Do you need any help over here? Hisashi can see how the back of Nezu's fur is slightly standing on end, but he wasn't going to point that out right now. He needed help. Right before he was about to speak, Hisashi felt a tight grip on his arm, pin needle nails, talons at the moment, going through his leather jacket and through into his skin. He grunted in a little bit of pain, but other than then that didn't show any emotion to that. Wyas, I would love some help with the little listener. He seems to be gripping on my arm rather hard right now. His voice was a bit stranded because the nails, talons, were slowly sinking further in. Here Hisashi thought he would get through this without injuries. Diamin. Nezu peered around him a little and had a quick hiss thrown his way. He just quickly put Hisashi in front of him so that he was out of Midoriya's line of sight. The giant white rat cleared his throat before speaking up for everyone around them to hear him better. Well, it would seem to me that Midoriya has been affected by some quirk that has not just given him some type of bird of prey mutation but also the instincts with it. Usually animal mutation individuals have to go through some kind of training and/or counseling to help suppress those instances or to just control them better. Since Midoriya has just seemed to get them and also is most likely hurt, he is acting out so that he can stay safe. You were helping him, so you are not put into the danger category, but all of the other paramedics and doctors should have noticed this and backed off by now. Nedzu said the last part especially loud so that all of them could hear the disappointment in his voice, but it seemed like Nedzu wasn't done talking and cut off someone that was about to speak. Someone should have called me over or another teacher to help the proceed, because a lot of teachers here have dealt with this before. You all should have known, but if you didn't, asking staff would have been your go-to. Not try to crowd him more and put him more into those instances that he just got. Since he is a bird prey right now, it would be best if we got someone that is also a bird of prey. They would be the best bet to calm him down at the moment. I can't, because I would be seen as prey. Hound dogs would go in between prey and predator, and that is all the mutations on staff. Says all this calmly and loud enough for everyone to hear. Midoriya also seemed to be quietened down because of everyone stopping their advances to them. Nedzu clapped his paws together twice. This got the little green bean to snap his head over in his direction. I'm going to call Hawks because he is a hero with a bird of prey mutation and would be the best bet to calm down my student at this moment. I personally don't know any other hero or person that is trained to calm down a bird of prey mutated person, because these mutations are rare. I would appreciate it if all of the medical personnel to leave, President Mike and the student alone, until Hawks gets here and finds a way to calm him down. After the student is calmed down, you all will listen to what Hawks says and follow his instructions, to tend to him, or he will tend to the student himself if they are not greatly injured. I will then have Hawks deliver them to the hospital where the two other heroes, and this student's teachers, have gone. Hisashi was always so impressed by how Nedzu could just control a crowd like this. Hisashi could as well, just not this well. He saw how Nedzu's smile quickly turned a little sinister and shaper as he continued. If I hear or see of someone disobeying my rule to treat one of the students of UA, then I hope that individual has a good legal team. I would hate to make an amazing hospital lose one of their special hero urgent demand doctor or paramedic. That would just be awful, wouldn't you all agree? All of the medical personnel nodded rapidly while backing away from him and Midoriya. Finally having room to breathe, Hisashi let out a low sigh. These people really shouldn't have gotten of Nedzu's bad side. He might not be human, but he hates when others treat his students with disrespect or indecency. Nedzu shot him a quick but what seemed to be an apologetic smile as he slipped his phone out of his pocket, already calling the number 3 hero to come down when he could. Hisashi knows for a fact the winged man was probably going to take a little bit, getting the call, learning about the information, finishing up his shift or coming right away, having to call his agency so they know what is going on. So many things that poor number 3 will have to do just to come here and help Midoriya, but he can wait. Hisashi can wait hours if it means that his student will eventually calm down enough to get treated and put into the hero ward where he will be safe and hopefully with competent doctors and nurses. If there isn't any, then Hisashi will sue them himself, because this is just ridiculous. He's pulled out of his thoughts as he feels the grip on his arm slightly loosen, but that also leads to the nail digging into his arm to undig themselves a bit. Hisashi could feel some more blood trickle down his arm in his jacket, but that's okay. The little listener needs help right now, and he knows for a fact that Midoriya's not doing this on purpose. The poor kid probably doesn't even notice the new talon-like feet and fingers he's sporting at the moment. It's a very big statement he's deceased for today, showing off his talons and using them like no one business. It hurts and humor is not helping. At least Midoriya seems to be slightly depuffing himself. That's good, that's good. After what felt like ages, Hisashi was able to see a red dot in the sky get closer and closer. Soon that red dot turns into Hawks, then Hawks landing dramatically on the ground. He's a little bit away, but the wind from his landing lightly whips over to them still. This seemed to put Midoriya back on edge a little, and now the nails are going back deeper into his arm. It hurts, it really does, but he can't do anything. He's stuck until Hawks can get the poor kid off his arm. Hey, sorry I got here a little slow. I was in the middle of getting a small group of muggers down an alleyway. Took a bit longer than I thought it would. God, is Hisashi glad Hawks is here? He should know at least something that will help with the kid's grip at the moment. Hopefully. Hawks got a call from the principal of the best hero school in all of Japan, UA High School. The best place to quickly ascend to the top of the ranks if you're somehow able to make it all the way through the school. Sad thing is, it's only true if you were ever in one specific class, with one specific teacher. Class 1A with Aizawa Shoyuda aka Eraserhead. He was one of the hardest people to impress and to convince you belong. He could tell when someone was really suited for this line of work or not. Let's not skip over the fact that the person he got the call from, Principal Nedzu aka the educational hero, Nizu, pronounced the same way as his normal name. Nizu called him in the middle of something and was told some very interesting information. In UA at their USJ, they were attacked and were calling for his help. Now some would think they are calling for backup, but Hawks wasn't dumb enough to think that. UA has an all-hero staff. Hell, even the janitors are old retired pros that just like cleaning for fun. So, he wasn't called for backup, and if he really was, then it was the biggest attack in the history for any hero school. No, what he was called for was something a little different. Hawks personally never had a call like this ever. He needed to get down to UA as fast as he can to help with a student that has their instincts going haywire. Hawks asked why Nizu called him personally to help because there are other pros better at it than him and have more of a track record for it. The answer Nizu gave him shocked him. This student was hit with some quirk they have no idea about, that has not stopped and has given the student a Birdprey mutation with all the pros and cons in one single go. This student has no idea how to control instinct at all, and not to mention the fact that they could possibly be hurt. Nizu was able to tell him how the medical personnel that was sent, messed up and dug out the deeper parts of the poor kid's instinct to attack and threaten on sight when injured, surrounded by enemies, or in some unfamiliar location. It doesn't help that the little chick just got out of a villain attack. This Ias is most likely so stressed and is stress gripping something. Hawks said he would try to be down there as fast as he could, but he really was in the middle of something and he couldn't just drop it right now. After finishing his assignment, Hawks called his handler because the commission wanted inside information on UA and he was just given it on a golden plate. He knew that they would have told him to go, so he said yes to skip a step. Of course he didn't tell his handler this because they would have gotten mad about making the decision before consulting them. His handler did say yes and to try and gather as much information on the attack as possible while not blowing his cover and to help out no matter what. Don't want his cover blown, they said. After he got the okay from them, Hawks traveled faster. He was going to go even if they said no because he never gets to see others with wings. Basically no one else has them, so this was a rare chance to indulge in, to feel a little bit more normal. Hawks knew for a fact that Nizu was going to keep as much info from him as possible, so he wasn't even going to try. No point, it's a lost cause. He was just going to enjoy this as much as he could and no one was going to stop him. The commission could, but they wouldn't pass this chance, so they will try to get him to stay in UA as long as he could. Hawks really hopes the quirk lasts a little bit longer than a normal transformation type does, so he can have fun with the fledgling. Hawks was able to make it in a reasonable time, but he knew that it took longer than his other time, even with him in Tokyo. The first thing he sees is the slightly puffed up fluffy baby wings of a fledgling, and Hawks can slightly feel his heart melt at that. The poor kid didn't even get wings that have the adult feathers yet, couldn't even fly, so that was 100% making his instinct flare up more. Oh gosh. That means Hawks will have to play the parental role in the instincts that are going wild right now. How can he do that? The commission pushed all those things out of him. They got rid of all of them a long time ago. He would have to try and pull them back up under layers and layers of dirt. They were put in a grave a long time ago, and Hawks is pretty sure they are miles down by now. Let's hope seeing a scared baby chick will help his instincts come out faster than forcing the training off of them. Hawks landed on the ground about 50 or so feet away from the pair that are just standing in the middle of the medical area. He looks right at President Mike that is stuck in place by the Ias, their hand talons, or claws some would say, firmly gripped onto the poor guy's left arm. He saw how the grip got a little tighter when he landed, and that most likely got them digging a bit deeper, judging by Mick's reaction. Hawks threw on the careless and carefree smile he was trained to wear and lightly waved over to the hero and student duo. Heya. Sorry I got here a little slow. I was in the middle of getting a small group of muggers down an alleyway. Took a bit longer than I thought it would. Hawks looked at how Mike seemed to relax but soon tensed back up, probably due to the fact the baby bird just tensed up, meaning they also tightened their grip. He leaned a bit to have a better look at the little one that was using President Mike as a barrier. He saw that it was a kid with green-black hair, that was currently puffed up and with dark green-brown downy wings that were also puffed up to make them look bigger. As soon as he locked eyes with the fledgling, he got a very low hiss thrown in his direction, and then they moved so that they were once again hidden behind Mike. Hawks just smiled at the act and took a step forward. This got a head whipping around Mike to look at him with wide, vivid green eyes. Looks like it has little flicks of gold in them as well. He chuckled at the reaction he was given. The kid probably was so far used to everyone backing away, but he needed to make the little bird of prey know he was the boss of this situation. Hawks then took another step closer. It was a rather big step too. Hawk's eyes drifted to Mike, who flinched in pain, but he focused back on the baby bird that just once again hissed at him. This little Ias really thinks they're a big bird, a big strong bird that is higher than anyone. He kept his eyes locked on the fledgling, not blinking by using his second eyelids, while he walked closer. He's really glad that they never took them away because of the big fact he could have lost his sight. So glad that there was too big of a chance of blindness. Look at the little bird trying to be a big bad scary bird. Don't you just find it so cute, Mike? He heard Mike hum slightly, but besides that didn't respond. Hawks should probably inform President Mike what is probably going to happen, since he is basically challenging the baby bird. This was really the only way to handle this, because this Ias just got his instinct, so no leader of the flock yet. Poor baby bird had to be his own leader. Hey, am I... He heard a hum, so he continued talking without looking away from the fledgling. Just so you know, this little one will probably try to attack me after I pass his comfort line. Hawks tilted his head in sync with the nestling as he took another step closer. No, don't try to get into a fight with the little listener. We need you to calm him down. Hawks just continued looking at the little thing that was puffing up even more with every tiny step closer. He could start to smell the fear on the fledgling, but also the anger of him challenging him of his authority. It's kinda weird that kid made himself the leader so quickly after he just got these instincts. Would usually take much longer to become the leader of their flock, and with the way he's acting, it's like this is normal. The kid isn't even trying to fight the instincts, like this is normal to him. Oh no. Right now this little guy is the so-called leader of a flock. Imagine a really small flock of one. He is the one in charge of one or himself, and those types are usually bad. He is going to be defensive and will fight someone at any turn at the moment because he has labeled everyone as enemy besides you for some reason. He might even see you as a flock mate right about now. Hawks took another step, and then again a hiss was thrown at him, but this time it didn't stop. The hiss just continued, and that means that he finally got right at the comfort line. He smirked as he slightly started to take off his jacket, getting ready for a little scuffle. The fledgling won't know how to fight right, but that doesn't mean they won't fight like a wild animal right now. Anything goes in these types of fights, but Hawks won't hurt the fledgling if he can help it. Hawks, what are you doing? Mike sounded a bit worried. He wished he could explain better what's going on. I'm taking off my coat so my scent is stronger. He would be able to smell it already, but right now it being overwhelming will help me. Also, my coat can be used against me in a fight against a scared and angry chick that's grounded. He heard a huff from Mike. He sounded annoyed, probably because of Hawk's approach. The thing is that Mike doesn't know how animal mutant quirks make the person more animal than others. Hawks is just abiding by how the chick is going to 100% attack him after his next step. He squared his shoulders and slightly tensed his muscles, leaving his wings slightly open so he can use them at the drop of a hat. He still doesn't know this one's quirk. As soon as I take my next step, you need to get away as fast as you can. He will let go of your arms so he can attack me better. I can already see him rearing up to go. He needed to look calm but big. He needed to show that he's the one on top here, not this little fledgling. Do you really need to do this? Hawks gave a little chuckle as he thought about taking off his shoes. He doesn't want to get that in trouble. Mike, Nizu asked me to help calm down a nestling, but he probably didn't know how the kid was acting as his own leader. Other animals can't smell that little difference, like when they are a different one from the source. Only another bird could have been able to tell that they would need to fight this little guy. He ready himself to take another step and hopes that he won't have to use a feather on Mike to move him out of the way. Don't worry, Mike, Nizu knows what I'm about to do. You can even see him over there. Hawks jerked his head in the direction of that rat of a principal. He's watching so he can learn how this process is done in the safest way possible. He could at least try to explain this the best he can before he takes his next step. This Ias doesn't have a sire, he doesn't know when to back down. That doesn't even mention the fact he thinks he's the leader of his flock. Nizu will look at how I go and do this. He will also make sure to keep track of any injury that might happen. If you want, I can try to coax him out real quick to see if that works. Even though I can tell you that it won't work at all. Hawks heard a confirmation from Mike and swiftly let a coo fall from his lips. Then another one, and another, but it seemed like the baby bird just wasn't responding at all. The kid had no reaction to them at all. Oh well, Hawks knew it was going to come to this. Okay Mike, I tried the calming method that you saw did nothing for the kid. I'm going to take the last step forward real soon. You have to get away as fast as you can. You got that, Mike? He waited for a confirmation from President Mike. After waiting a little bit he got it. Hawks nodded his head so that Mike knows he heard it because he can't have his eyes leaving this nestling anytime soon. After having the stare down a little longer, Hawks took that final step and all hell broke loose. The green fledgling grew extremely loud, screeching an attack at him. He saw how the little thing shot forward to him, faster than he thought the fledgling should be able to move. A little spark of green could be seen from his feathers. Hawks dodged out of the way and quickly checked to see that Mike did get away. He then brought up his arm and stopped the nestling from trying to claw at his face. It would have effectively shredded his face if he didn't stop it. He grabbed one of the kid's arms and flung him to his left. He saw how the Ias seemed to be natural with his moments, like this was perfectly normal and not different. Others wouldn't act like this. They wouldn't know how to move their wings like this little one to help him get just a little faster. Hawks slammed his hand into the side of the arm that was once again trying to go for his face. He then decided that this should be enough for the fledgling to know the difference in power. Hawks grabbed the back of the kid's neck and lightly slammed him into the ground. He hopped onto the nestling back and was able to pin the wings to the kid's back before he started thrashing too much. The Ias arms were still free to move around and they were thrashing about. Hawks could tell the kid was trying to reach him. He was able to get his leg a bit, but he was also able to pin his arms under his legs. Now the baby bird was trapped and wiggling on the ground like a wild worm. He was just writhing everywhere. Hawks just sat on top of the fledgling and waited, seeing if he would have to screech at him to listen or will he calm down himself. Hawks count, 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3. The kid's not going to calm down, he's too far into his instinct to know what's going on. He looked around to see where Nizu was. He was quickly found and was spotted closer than before, but definitely still at a safe distance. He locked eyes with him and tried to talk, but his voice was drowned out by the screeching the little one was doing. Hawks huffed a little and started to yell at Nizu so he could be heard. Hey, this won't calm down anytime soon or ever really. If me trying to match his voice doesn't work, can I go farther or are you not letting me do that? Because if it gets to that point it might be the only thing that can calm him down. He watched as he saw Nizu work through what he said. Hawks can also see that Mike has gotten treated and is probably asking what he means by, can I go farther? Mike will 100% not like what he meant by that. No one will, especially since this type of thing happens in private homes. No one usually watches this type of thing besides family, so Hawks is being kinda glared at right now. He understands, it's confusing, animal mutants never let others know this kind of stuff. Of course there are things on it and specific doctors, quirk counselors and other things for animal mutants, but it's usually private affairs. The general public can learn about it, they can search it up easy peasy, but why would they? They don't even know this type of thing excites Sue, why would they look it up normally? He can feel the eyes of the medical personnel and some pros glaring into his back, maybe some students too, but he can tell they are very far away from this. They must not be able to see him quite right from this distance, but by how much the fledgling is screeching, they must be thinking he's hurting them. It stings that they would think he would hurt this little baby bird, but what can you do? Hawks! His wandering mind snaps back to see Mike yelling at him. The voice was very clear, so he must have used his quirk. Nedzu says that you can do what you need to do. Just try not to hurt the little listener, all right. Hawks nods and looks back down to the pinned, squirming, screeching nestling still trying to escape, but he has got nowhere. poor little thing looked so scared and frantic, but Hawks could still smell the clear anger that was also drenching that fear. This little Aya still thought he was on top, still thought he was the one that was the boss, the one that controlled or tell others what to do, that he was the leader. It slightly irked his own instinct at this blatant disregard to his authoritative scent. Hawks knew he smelt like an authority, and this little one was challenging him still. A grimace graced Hawks' face as he took in a deep breath and screeched. It was loud, high-pitched, and inhuman, but it was able to easily drown out the noise the fledgling was making. After exhausting all his air, he saw how the nestling was still squirming around and making screeches, lower in volume, but he was still challenging him. This little chick still didn't see him as the leader here. Hawks screeched again and again and again. He didn't notice how others around him looked slightly put off by what he was doing, and if he did notice, he would have ignored it anyways. Hawks knew what he was doing, and this was the only way to help the baby bird. The little one finally calmed down, not much squirming and barely audible noises. He can bet only he could hear it by now. The noise was still challenging him, but it was so quiet now, he should be able to get up at least and get this baby checked up on. Hawks tested out the waters by slightly moving, but that was the wrong move. This Ias was a smart one, acting meek, but as soon as he thought he could escape, he went for it. He had to get his balance back because the fledgling was able to get one of his arms free, but that small victory for him was short-lived. Soon he was pinned back down and screeched at the same volume they started at. Hawks could see how others wanted to intervene. Hound Dog seems to be doing a good job of keeping them back and probably giving just enough info for them to listen to him. From an outsider point of view, this must seem cruel, and they must think he's hurting the little chick. His screeches must sound distressed to them, but Hawks knows. He can tell it's another act of challenge again. This kid still wants to insist that Hawks is not able to overpower him even in the position they are in. It was grinding on his instincts so hard by the blatant disregard for obvious higher power, a stronger leader, but no. The Ias was apparently still the top bird, so Hawks really had to do this. He looked back to Nedzu, who seemed to understand his silent question, and answered with a simple nod. If the chick's parents weren't called in by now, that means they don't have an animal-based mutant quirks and can't help, but this shouldn't affect the fledgling after the quirk wears off. Once this little baby bird no longer has his wings, this will no longer affect him because he won't have the instincts anymore to understand it. This is one weird transformation quirk though. Hawks has never seen any like it, and for it to last this long. This type of quirk could have maybe helped in fields where they suddenly needed air support. If only that person was able to hold out, they would have made a nice hero. Hawks turned his attention back to the squirming and screeching nestling, trying their best to snap at him with their sharp fangs. It's a bit weird that he only just noticed that the fledgling has sharp fangs until now. He swears they were flat a moment ago. No time to think about that though, he needs to get a hold of his Ias pronto. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, readying himself for when he knew for a fact he won't be able to take this back. The kid won't be affected after the quirk wears off, but Hawks will. He'll have to keep an eye on him from afar and stuff. It'll SCK, but that's just the job. He opens his mouth, holds the baby bird's head in a certain way so as not to hurt him, and then dives his head down. Hawks bit down on the nestling's right shoulder, not too hard but hard enough to break a layer or two of skin and leave just a little dot of blood, something that would be a clear mark. He only stayed on for a few seconds, but all the noise stopped. The fledgling stopped moving and making any noise of any kind, and Hawks took that as a clear sign to get off. He moved away from the chick's shoulder and sat right beside him. Hawks saw the nestling's eyes wide and looking straight at him. He just calmly sat there waiting for the chick to catch up with their thoughts. After a little, Hawks could hear a tiny adorable little coo, and he couldn't help but coo right back a little louder. He watched as the kid slowly and wobbly got up and faced him with his still wide stunted eyes. He softly coo and watched the Ias eyes dilate to the sound, only focus on him and not the people looking at them with slight uncertainty. Why you want him and me? First human words that were spoken in such a long time, and they sound very rough and raspy. Hawks saw something akin to desperation in the back of the fledgling's eyes, a need, a want. The kid's acting like his parents never wanted him, but he doesn't know his home life. He'll have to inform Nizu about that little tidbit he saw. He coos a little more and holds his arms and wings wide and open. inviting, just for the chick to charge head first into his chest. He let out a quiet oof but was able to keep sitting straight up. He wrapped his arms around the little one and he was able to hear the soft sniffs of crying. Why was he crying? Why was the kid so off like this? Very weird. Hawks repositioned them so they can be more comfortable. He sends down Kuz to try and calm the IS down. He really doesn't understand how this little guy, that only just got his instances from a quirk that should at least wear off in about a few days, is acting like this. He should never have installed himself as his own leader already. He should have been a somewhat calm baby bird that just needed an authority figure around. His instincts should never have told him to fight and defend, to take control. Hell, Hawks doesn't even know what President Mike falls under. He didn't attack him but also used him as a type of shield. It makes no sense at all. Hawks. Hello, how is your day so far? He heard a cheery voice from a comfortable distance away. He turned his head to face the principal. He wasn't stepping closer and it seemed to not alarm the chick, so he was a good distance away. Hawks sent some more Kuz to the little one, then looked back up. Hi Nizu, I'd say my day has been pretty eventful and I guess the same could be said for you? He let the calm and lazy smile fall on his face, being able to do this easily after all his training. Well yes, it has been a very eventful day, one could say. But we should really focus on the matter at hand. Nizu smiled with a little more teeth than what he normally would use, an intimidation tactic, and Hawks can understand why he would do that because he is in his territory. Is Midoriya-kun stable enough to be checked on, or could check him real quick? Since you just formed a bond with him, you can tell his injuries better and faster than others. He checked over his nestling in his wings and only noticed scraps and some bruises here and there. Besides the quirk affecting him, Midoriya is okay. He's all good Nizu, no blood anywhere and it's just scrapes and bruises this little chick's got. Nizu nodded his head in understanding, a sharp smile still present on his face. That is delightful to hear, Hawks. Now, since Midoriya is okay, we can send him to the hero ward that both of his other teachers are in. At the ward, Midoriya will be evaluated to see what type of quirk was used on him, and the police will look through all the criminals that were caught, quirks, as well. If you could help the process of getting him to the hero ward in Muzutafu General Hospital, that would be very much appreciated. You can stay by him for as long as you want, and all I need you to do is keep him calm through the whole process. It's fine if he freaks out here and there because that's unavoidable, but do you think you can do that, Hawks? He looked at the white rat. He wanted him here to help, but he's already pushing him off the property. He can't do anything about that either, so Hawks will just have to ignore that need to gather data for the commission. At least he's got enough stuff already. They'll just know the basics of what happened before the public, and they just have to be happy about that. Hawks focuses back on the little chick that's still clinging onto him for dear life. Scared. He cuddled closer to the fledgling that's currently gripping onto him while trembling. BB big SRE monster. He rubbed his cheek onto the hatchling, trying his best to soothe him. A calm scenting should help. Poor little thing is only now trying to understand what happened. I know, baby bird. Hawks quietly said, not wanting others to hear. C could have EDD died. At those words he felt the wet tears on his chest and he felt his stomach twist into knots. His hatchling would have died before he got here, before he was even notified. He really has marked this little one, hasn't he? Hawks needs to keep the commission away from him. I know, chick. I know. Just focus on my breathing. When you calm down enough, I'll take you somewhere safe so they see what quirk affected you. When Hawks looked down, he was met with those deep viridian eyes. And nest. He felt a little pain in his heart knowing for a fact that they are not going to a nest. No nestling, but I'll be right beside you all along the way. The kid just nodded and buried himself closer into his chest. It really was weird that Midoriya was acting like this. Usually when others randomly get instinct from a quirk, they will fight them to the point that it could hurt themselves. Since it goes against how they normally think, it makes sense everyone fights it, but this kid is acting like all of this is normal. It's weird. It was one hectic ride and cool down, but Hawks was able to manage it. He got the nestling in the hospital with minor screeching and hissing. He was able to get the chick into a room to calm down more, trying to make the little rascal ignore the scent of his teachers in the other rooms nearby. Hawks was even able to help Midoriya to make a nest in his room. He bothered a bunch of nurses for pillows and blankets, and they were nice enough to provide. Right now the kid is sleeping in his temporary nest by himself because it's not big enough to fit both of them. The compromise was to have Hawks drape one of his wings over him and that he couldn't leave the room at all times. Hawks was okay with these rules because after that dramatic marking, he wanted to be beside his nestling. The doctors were able to work their magic even if he wanted to rip their arms off for touching him, and the police are helping narrow down what quirk was used on the kid. Nizu said that he was personally coming down with Recover Girl to explain the situation. Nizu was nice enough to inform him how she was coming over for also 13 and a little bit of Aizawa, so he could tell the chick when he woke up. Hawks was fine with all of this. He's the middleman right now and everything is fine. Dear Cammy, he has his own chick and the kid won't even feel like his after the quirk wears off. What did he get himself into? Hawks was able to hear the footwork of both a slightly large animal and someone with a cane. He needed to make sure he knew who was near his chick, getting closer to their room. He took a peek under his wing to see the fledgling was still asleep. That's good. He shoots his head over to the door as it slowly opens to reveal the white rat and the very experienced healer. Hello once again, Hawks. I honestly didn't think today would have me greeting you specifically so much. He saw how Nizu was more relaxed than before. Having him in his territory really must have put him on edge more than he thought it did. Well, Hawks was working closely with the commission and also he is, well, a hawk. He gave a lazy smile and a peace sign. Yo, and same, but right now you're supposed to tell me how long this is gonna last, so I'm prepared for it. Hawks really hopes Nizu is nice enough to tell him when his baby bird won't be his anymore, but it'll then just be a one-sided bond. Nizu's smile seemed to widen a little more and he couldn't tell if it was from excitement or something completely different. Yes, that is why we are here, because we finally found out the quirk. He sat there and waited. And waited. And waited. Nizu just got whacked from a cane. Don't be like that, Nedzu. Just tell the poor boy so he knows. Stop trying to mess with him so much. Recovery Girl brought her cane up a little more to empathize that she's not scared to hit him again. The rat just gave her a light cackle and put both his paws in the air in mock surrender. I was getting there, Chio. Nizu cleared his throat and looked back to him with a more tame smile than last time. Now I will tell you beforehand that the boy's parents were informed that their son is safe and sound, but not anything else. We don't want to cause them any distress because what I'm about to tell you is based so far off of assumptions. That caught Hawks off guard, but he thinks he hid his shock well enough. If the other two noticed, they didn't say anything. The quirk that was used on him is called Minute Baby. Now with a name like that, one could make a few guesses about what the quirk could do, but it's a very simple quirk in practice. The quirk lets the user turn anyone that is hit by their slow-moving bubbles into a baby. Now the affected individual will only be a baby for a minute or two, not long, but in a fight that minute or two could end up killing hundreds. So Midoriya ran to intercept this mysterious quirk that was probably supposed to be used on Eraserhead, so he's easier to handle, but he gets hit with it and turns into a baby. There are no side effects to speak of in the quirk description. They turn into a baby and turn back. That's it. Nizu lets Hawks digest the information, but it kinda just flies over his head. His IS was a de-aging quirk, but it has no side effects in description. The kid has wings, feathers, talons. His feet are half human, half bird. Did the kid get hit with a second one when no one was looking, or when he was in baby form? Now. Nizu spoke up in the middle of Hawk's thought process, but he can go back to the questions later. My hypothesis is that the quirk has an unknown effect on the affected individuals. I don't know if it has a random chance to get mutant quirks, or if it can awaken a quirk in the family line one could have had, or even if it was something different. I will be going to the station tomorrow to be in the side room so I can listen into the interrogation. I will also be silently sending questions to the interrogator in real time if they miss something I noticed and they didn't. Hawks slowly nodded his head at the explanation, but quickly one question entered his mind. Why are you telling me all of this? He looked at Nizu in obvious confusion because shouldn't the parents be informed of this type of thing? Hawks is not a parent. Even if he wants this chick, the parents weren't told to not cause a panic for the kid and send him into another survival mode. Recover Girl let out a loud sigh as he slightly walked closer to him and his chick. She kept getting closer and she didn't ask and his nestling was asleep right no. See, this is why he told you. Hawks blinked a few times and only then noticed that both of his wings were spread out and puffed up in a defensive pose. He felt a light blush get on his face but ignored it so he could pull his wings back in, unfluff them and lay one gently back over the fledgling. He watched as Recover Girl backed up a bit and huffed in what he can only guess is annoyance. Hawks, you have marked, bonded, branded, smeared, or whatever you want to call it. You have done that, so in your mind this is your child. You can't change that, he can't change that, no one can get that out of your head. If Midoriya changes back, that doesn't change that. He won't feel it but you will. Ardy gave him a slight glare and pointed her cane at him. Me and Nedzu both know this. Nedzu is a straight-up animal, and over the course of my whole life I studied many different forms of medicines for all of my patients. We know that you would be nothing but a nervous wreck without this information and you're basically his substitute parent until the real ones get here. She turned her back to him and walked back over to where Nizu stood. RG turned back around and gave him a little sad smile. You will most likely need to talk to the parents in some way. Both me and Nedzu will try to explain the situation to them, maybe you can get some type of schedule to be with your chick then. With those final words from RG, she left the room leaving him with Nizu. Nizu gave his normal bright but slightly unsettling smile. It never looks like it's supposed to be on his face. I am also a little worried myself. For a split second Hawks saw doubt or true worry cross the rat's face. Nizu then looks down at the floor with a contemplated face before looking back up with more of a neutral expression. I have a theory about this that is very, let's say undesirable, but I'm not putting it off the table just yet. That is another reason the Midoriyas are not being informed about his condition at this very moment. Besides, we do not know what is going on at all. I will say, it is quite the puzzle to figure out. Nizu calmly turned to the door and began to walk out but stopped before he left the room fully. Hawks gave Nizu a calm look because he knows for a fact this rat knows he's always wearing a mask. The look in Nizu's eyes is hard to read, it makes him unsettled but he can't tell why. Something about those parents gets my fur standing on end but I don't know why, not yet. I will not let anyone hurt my students, so until I'm satisfied, I am keeping an eye on Midoriya and his parents a little more than normal. When the last words left his mouth, Nizu was gone. The words that were thrown at him were slowly digesting but Hawks didn't know what to think about them. He takes a deep breath and holds it for a bit then releases it back out. He checked on his nestling to make sure everything was okay then went back to the conversation that he had with Nedzu and Recovery Girl. It was a lot to think about and also the fact that he was able to get in touch with his instinct again after so long. Hawks is a little worried about how that might affect him. He's heard horror stories of when animal-mutated individuals finally indulge in their instinct after so long. It's like trying to hit a target in the pitch dark. You never know how one will react to it. Some will crash, don't know how to function right and need to learn things all over again. Some will lash out and other times they will attack anyone and anything they see like a feral animal. So many awful outcomes, but usually if it involves a child, they will mellow out faster but be deathly protective of them. It was something that the commission ignored when they made him push them down into a neat little box. Why would they care about it when they thought that their little soldier would never open that box again? They were so confident that their little Hawks, their plaything, would obey any command they give him, but they seemed to forget to understand that when he was sent to help Midoriya, they said to help in any way possible. They wanted him to do his job to a T and to accomplish what he was given by Nizu no matter what. This caused him to try and successfully tap into his instinct again. Hawks let out a huff of laughter at that thought. The direct orders by his handler made Hawks do something the commission never wanted to do in all his life. It's oddly poetic that the people that wanted him to shut his real self into the deepest part of himself are the ones that inadvertently told him to tap back into his instinct, which will get him back into his old self more. The grumbling from his stomach makes his ridiculous thought process stop. He was hungry. He shouldn't be hungry for the next few more hours, judging by the commission's diet. Another loud grumble came from him and Hawks quickly started to feel deathly hungry. He could probably eat a little something. The only thing popping up in his head to eat is meat. Meat, raw meat, red fresh still bleeding raw meat. Hawks gulped a bit at the thought and the hunger pain grew worse. If a nurse or doctor thinks he's starving himself by the way his body is acting, they will force him to eat something. With the fact that Recovery Girl mentioned knowing how to actually take care of people with animal mutants, they will most likely call her down to give a list of foods he could eat. That is if she already didn't do that for the kid. Hawks take another big gulp of saliva. Just thinking about raw meat right now is too much. He reaches over to the call button for the nurse. They did say to call them if he needed anything at all. It didn't take long until the nurse from before that gave them the blankets came in and asked what they needed. He for some reason felt put on the spot and kinda wanted to tell her to go away, but he couldn't as his stomach betrayed him and growled loudly. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to come in here to get anything for both of you to eat." She gave him a kind smile as she took out a little notebook plus a pen. "Now what would you like to eat, Hawks?" As she was saying this, he was glaring down at his gut because it wrongfully betrayed him. He could have probably held out until the morning. He looked back up to the nurse. With his signature lazy smile and laid-back posture. "Yeah, I'll have." He stopped before he could say what he's supposed to have, demanded by the commission. Hawk's eyes quickly zipped around to room, trying to see anything that would be able to get this information to the commission. He gulped a bit and tried to make his mask fall back on, but he can tell that she noticed that change. "I'll have." He stated that last part quietly and slightly looked around the room again, but the nurse just smiled all the while. She wrote it down like it didn't matter at all, like what he ordered was normal or even expected him to order it. "Hey, good. That was one of the things that is needed in a bird of prey diet." She gave him a beaming smile, and Hawks was right. RG already told them what they both needed to eat. Was she going to report back to RG if he didn't eat right? He'll never know. "I'll give both of you something you wanted. We already found that Midoriya is underweight and is missing some very important vitamins that just so happen to be what is in raw meat, raw fish, and what a bird of prey would need, and not to mention some vitamins that are too high for my liking as well." It's very interesting to see that the young boy is for some reason showing signs of what a normal bird of prey would have starved for a little, then shoved the wrong food down their throat basically. She started to talk slightly under her breath as she turned towards the door. "He needs so much more vitamin D and B2. He also will need more calcium, but maybe some fish could help with those and his off dash." She soon left after that and he couldn't hear the rest of what she was saying. The chick was showing signs of starvation, but specifically what it would look like normally for a bird of prey. Everything about this Ius doesn't make sense. It's like he actually has a mutant quirk of something. It just doesn't make sense though, because Hawks knows for a fact that Midoriya didn't have any bird traits before today. Just what is happening to his baby bird? Inko and Hisashi were on their way to the hospital for their son. They were both told that their son got hit by some quirk and are doing an investigation on whose quirk hit him, but they were assured that he was okay. If he was okay, then they could take him out of the hospital and in their home so they could take care of him better. Thinking about the doctors looking at their son's surgery scars always puts both of them on edge. They never wanted them to get the wrong idea and look too far back into his medical history. Their precious baby boy had something wrong with him and they didn't want him to get hurt, so they both decided to get rid of the problem. That thing should have never been born with them in the first place. Her poor baby boy being born with so many birth defects broke her heart so much. That is one of the main reasons she never liked talking about it to anyone, so no one will ever look too deep into that thing's past. Her and Hisashi were about 20 more minutes away from the hospital. Oh, she honestly can't wait to see her mistake perfect son safe and sound again. They have everything set up at home to make sure he's going to be taken care of if needed. They of course made sure they could get into his room at any moment because he recently found a way to lock it. Hisashi discovered that little thing about a day or so ago. "Love, calm down." Inko looked over to see her husband monster with her eyes slightly wet with tears. "We couldn't come in yesterday, so we are coming in today. It's better a little late than never, right honey?" Hisashi was trying to keep his eyes on the road, but he did a quick glance over. She tried to keep her breathing, even that quick glance over set her panicking. Inko was always so anxious and nervous all the time, and with Izuku in the hospital, that was not helping it one bit. I know, but I just worry, dear. You know how I get. It's also so late into the evening." Inko put just a little bit of a whine into her voice. Even alone with her husband monster, she still acts. One must never be relaxed with their acts. If one gets caught, that could be the end of the show. Curtains closed when all the actors are still on stage. She saw the eye roll out of the corner of her eye. Hisashi is supposed to not show much negative emotion. It's only 1:24 p.m., 13:24, love. We will be able to get Izuku and come home in time for lunch, and no one will have to worry about the scars or the habits or coups, nothing. Izuku will be safe at home where we can help him be normal again. Inko looked out to the road that was busy because it was right on time for rush hour. This is why she said they shouldn't have gone into work at all today. This is why I said he shouldn't have gone to that school for heroes. She huffed in annoyance. Everyone needs a break from the acting and they won't get on the stage until later. I didn't know he was going to unlock some random part of his quirk. Inko, you can't blame me for that. I also thought if he had his dreams crushed by heroes he looked up to, then he would give up easier. He might have even been able to help me with people that he used to be like. A slight chill ran down Inko's back, but she ignored it. Imagining all of those things in one place gave her the creeps. That was the reason why she only helps out off-site and not on-site. Inko was so happy her baby boy was able to be saved from that life when he was an infant, even if they had to go in a couple more times when he was growing up because things just kept popping up. Her eyes started to tear up a little at the thought of her baby boy being too far gone for them to even help him. It would have killed her inside if they had to intervene in some other way. Next time, I'll listen to you and not let him go. I could have found another way to pull him around. He would have understood it at one point. If you would have let me show him at a young age, then this wouldn't have happened. Hisashi tried to point out and shift some blame onto Inko, but she didn't let that happen. No, you couldn't have, because he was always a little hero. He would have asked teachers and other people if that was normal. His teachers only hated weak quirks, not mutations. Inko kindly informed her husband Monster. She always had to remind Hisashi that Izuku wasn't like him growing up, so full of love and kindness. Her baby boy just always wanted to help anyone and everyone, no hateful bone in his whole body. Now all they need to do is get him home so no one can see how disgusting different he is. Netsu was so far having a nice day, unlike yesterday. Aizawa woke up and Chio stated he needed about one more day of normal healing and regaining energy to get the quirked healing. Aizawa didn't like it that very much and even tried to escape back to his house, but luckily for Netsu, Yamada was only down the hall and quickly trapped him onto his hospital bed. 13 on the other hand seemed to still be knocked out after their surgery. That's understandable though, because they almost ripped themselves apart with their own quirk and Aizawa is known for his quick recoveries. Netsu will probably recommend a few more therapy sessions than what 13 usually gets. He doesn't want them to relapse into bad habits. The last time 13 almost hurt a civilian, but now they might get nightmares about their quirk killing them again. Maybe some time off of hero work will also help. He will figure out what needs to be done when they get there. Right now the time is 12:30 p.m., 12:30, and he is sitting on the observation side of the two-tone glass waiting for the one who used their quirk on one of his students. The interrogation will be done by Detective Tsukachi and Officer Sansa will also be present. Netsu himself has a little ear radio for himself and Tsukachi. He will be able to point out anything that is not obvious to the detective and his partner, but he is certain it will be unneeded. After waiting a little longer, they brought in the one with the quirk minute baby, Shinrai Tori. Her age is 27, young for a villain, but it makes sense for cannon fodder. Went through high school and dropped out of college after her harasser graduated top of their class. Is known for petty theft and helping some people get revenge. It's always easier to take someone away when they are just a baby. They seem to not have been sighted since few months ago, meaning that the League of Villains have been getting small fray for a while now. The young lady is put into her chair, then cuffs attached to the table. Netsu watches as she jangles around the cuffs a bit, but he can tell it seems to only be a way to distract herself while waiting for her interrogators. He noticed that she seems to be tired and anxious. Shinrai is doing a fine job at keeping that hidden though. After some more time passes and Netsu just dissects the villain so he can get a better read on how she acts and maybe some of her small tell, the door opens and in steps the detective and his partner. He noticed how Shinrai seemed to tense, but just a smug before she corrected how she sat and made herself seem more confident. Good morning Shinrai, I'm Detective Tsukachi and this is my partner Officer Tamakawa. We are here today to question you about the involvement at the USJ and any information we can get about the League of Villains. Nedza looked as both detective and officer try to have a calm and kind and relaxed posture, being open as possible to try and make the other talk more. They sit down and Tsukachi talks about all the things he has with him and what they are going to be used for. Shinrai acts like it's a waste of time, but Nedzu can tell she likes the distraction. After everything is finally set up, Shinrai looks more relaxed than before they start the questioning. My name is Tsukachi Naomesa. I am the main detective on this case and questioning. In the room with me is my partner Officer Tamakawa Sansa. The person being interrogated today is Shinrai Tori, aka the villain test run. She was one of the many villains caught at the USJ after the attack. Tsukachi moved some papers around and made sure that his pens were all there before moving on. The date is 2. The time is 12:47 p.m., 12:47. My quirk is called Lie Detector. Any questions after this point that I verify true are the whole truth. Now we can start the questioning. Nedza watched as the first basic questions were asked, as they always do, to make sure Tsukachi's quirk is working correctly and to see if any of the information they have on the individual is wrong. After quickly getting through starter questions, it goes into the real meat of the interaction. Shinrai, when did you get into contact with the LOV? Nedzu is very glad they can have that abbreviation because saying the whole name all the time can be a bit tiring and useless. I met him one day, I don't remember which month, but I know it's been like 3 or maybe 4. What did they say to you the first time you met? They said some about killing the symbol of peace and making things better, fixin' it all, so we could live easier. So you took the offer with the promise of a better life? Ye that, but also 'cause I wanted to know what in the F they were talking about. Like who in their right mind would say them sort of things? Shinrai sat a little straighter in her seat. I mean, wouldn't youns get a little curious about what them high Upati villains getting up to? I understand curiosity just fine, but that was the only thing they offered you. Nah, they also said some about getting boatloads of money and some about some odd gift we could get if we impressed or some. Okay, now I would like to ask questions about your quirk. Can you answer them to the best of your ability? A small flash of what looked to be confusion went across her face. Might could. Nedza got ready to read Shinrai the best he could to see if she's skimming over something important that wouldn't be detected as a lie. So, your quirk hit one of the students at the USJ, turning them into a baby, but some lingering effects are still present. Lingering effects? What you mean lingering effects? My quirk got none of that. So your quirk can't cause something to happen to one's body after being turned into a baby? No, my quirk turn youns into a baby for about a minute, then poofs. You back to being a healthy whatever you were before I hits ya. She said it with a slight grin. Nedzu was trying to think if there was an underlying meaning in it. You haven't had someone turn back to their normal age with something extra or unwanted. Shinrai looked to be contemplating something, but Nedzu was still trying to figure out what she said. It felt like he was missing something. They never come back with some extra, always healthy as can be, but sometimes folk do get unwanted things back. Nedza didn't need to signal Tsukachi to ask a question about that as he was ahead of him. What do you mean, sometimes they get unwanted things back? There seemed to be a small light in Shinrai's eyes before she spoke. Oh, that's simple. Sometimes folks don't like getting back something that lost, or maybe they got rid of themselves. Tsukachi tried not to sigh as Shinrai just danced around the question. What was it that they lost or got rid of? Nedza can clearly see the excitement in Shinrai's eyes as she started off on a story. This one time when I was helping out someone with some I had to use my quirk on this guy that lost his leg. That Sumafabich had a whole prosthetic and everything. When he came to poof, his leg came back with him. The prosthetic fell to the ground when he changed into a baby. All I could really say to at the time was, well, my quirk really does put youns back to being completely healthy. Tsukachi wrote that down and made a note for a quirk registry update. So, let me get this straight. Your quirk will turn one into a baby. Ooh, Shinrai nodded her head. And when turned into a baby, that makes them as healthy as a baby. Yep, sirree. Then they go back to the age they were with the same health. Ya got in one. Nedzu was trying to quickly dissect the new information about the quirk that was handed to him. What would happen to lost limbs when they are young but regain them when older, or other organs? Would it be in the same state it was when lost, or would the affected just get something that was basically brand new without muscular but normal for their age growth? Tsukachi, can you ask her if anything bad happened after they regained their leg back? Did they need to eat more to compensate for all the energy that went into getting back a limb or organ or anything of that nature? The detective asked the question and was pleasantly surprised about the answer. Oh yeah. I asked the person hiring me if we could keep him for a bit cause I didn't know my quirk could do that. It seemed like he would get hungry faster than normal, was more tired throughout the days we kept him, and that thing couldn't be used at all. He was muscular but it was just so weak, it was like a big baby limb. Oh, but he was able to walk around after he got a boost from adrenaline. Shinrai happily explained her findings on her quirk. It did last a really long time though. Maybe it was close to 2 or 3 weeks of needing extra food, water, and sleep. She put a finger up to her chin as she contemplated the time. Tsukachi, can you ask if anyone got mutations back, like scales that were removed, feathers, anything that could be counted as mutations? The detective directed the question back to the villain and she took her time to think. Nedzu thought up some scenarios that this quirk could come in handy. It was a deceptively powerful quirk, granting the user the ability to get away quickly, get the upper hand, capture individuals without much notice, a healing potion, regeneration of limbs, and fixing one's health. This was an overpowered quirk if Nedzu has ever seen one, but it was pushed to the side because she just never turned someone that was in bad health or lost a limb. This was an amazing power that was perfect for offensive and defensive and healing. It was a very well-rounded quirk and it didn't even work on the user. Even if the healing and regeneration is a side effect of the quirk, just turning one into a baby, turning back to clock, or just turning them into a baby. When they turn back, something gets messed up. The health of the individual from when they are a baby follows, but Nedzu guesses that makes sense. The quirk can only work with what it has, and that is a very large person with a bunch of mass that is being turned into a baby that has all its limbs and health intact. He wonders if someone was sickly as a baby, if they would come back sick as well. It could well be just turning back the clock on them, or is it just putting them into a baby-like form without the time part? If that person was having the clock turned back on them, then people would see it as a type of flash of movement, quickly receding into oneself, but that is not what Azui and Mineta said in their statements. Both stated that Midoriya suddenly just was a baby, no poof of a cloud, no light flash, no body shrinking into oneself. It was like someone took out a part of an animation or skipped a whole chunk of a movie. It was one frame teenage boy, then the next is baby in the air, so it must be that the quirk isn't turning back the clock of time for a short bit, but simply transforming the user into a healthy baby, then turns them back, leaving the health it gave them, because it cannot take back what was already given, but it is allowed to make them normal again. One way to see if this theory is true: go to a person that has been ill all their life since birth and offer to test the quirk. If the quirk works the way that they think it does, that means they can be free from the horrible health they had to deal with all their life, and if not, they lose nothing. The person would only have something to gain. Nedzu is brought out of his brain working overtime to try and find a way to have this person test their quirk out, and maybe find a way to let them work a decent job instead of prison, because this quirk is too good to waste. I don't really know. I do remember this one fella complaining that after I turned him into a baby, he got his webbed fingers and feet back. The fella then told me he got rid of him cause he didn't like him. Does that count? Nedzu deemed that yes, it does count, and tried to get Detective Tsukachi to end the interrogation, but Shinrai stopped them and asked if she was allowed one question. He wasn't going to pay attention to the question, as he thought of more ways to make the young villain get off lighter, so that maybe in the future she could use her quirk for good and Nedzu would try to help. That quirk is too good to let go. He zoned back in after he heard Midoriya's name being mentioned. Well, yes, the student did develop what you said, wings and other bird-type features after being affected by your quirk. Is Lilan okay? Tsukachi looked at her for a bit that Nedzu could only think of as confusion. Why would you care about a random student that was affected by your quirk? 'Cause unlike Yoons, I care about youngins. I never hurt Lilans if I can help it, and if I knew we would put all kids in danger, I wouldn't have gone. Shinrai slightly glared at Tsukachi as she stood up slightly. I have a code not to touch them kids, any kids. I know getting M-Wings back would cause hurt and confusion and I would beat that youngin's parents up for what they did to the lil fella. She snarled back at the detective Tsukachi, and seeing that she wasn't that far gone into villains sparked some hope that after she served time she will accept his offer to train her quirk as a healer or something along those lines. Nezu walked out of the little side room next to the interrogation room and waited for the detective and his partner to exit. It took no time. They then soon left to the front of the building, Tsukachi having papers to update the quirk registry, but those will probably be put off until Shinrai Tori gets out of jail. Nezu wouldn't want the commission swiping her up before he can. He personally had a notebook filled with what Shinrai Tori can do, how to use it, and how it affected Midoriya Izuku. He will probably put how well Midoriya heals into another notebook, and this one will be locked away until Shinrai gets out. Well, now you know what happened to your student Midoriya Izuku. Do you need anything else before you go, Nezu? Nezu simply shook his head as he exited the station. He needed to get back so he can update Hawks and tell Chio about the much-needed extra food that Midoriya will have to have. It doesn't help that Midoriya was already malnourished in that odd way, but now he knows that it was because he wasn't fed right as he was a bird of prey. Nezu needs to look into the Midoriya household, but he can't hold on to young Midoriya until he has more evidence. Right now they can still take him back if they want to, and he could do nothing about it. He'll need to get back to inform the people he needs to, then get into work about looking into how Midoriya lost all of his bird-like features. Was it an accident or maybe something that made him ill when younger? Nezu hopes that's what it is and not what he thinks it is. It's 1:23 p.m., 13:23, right at the moment, and he has a little ways to go before he can make it back to the hospital housing young Midoriya and his employees. He wishes that the station test run was taken to us closer, but Nezu can't fix it now. He just needs to get back so he can start his personal investigation as fast as he could. Making sure Midoriya was safe right now is top priority. Hawks was still with his young chick at the hospital. Today was the day Nezu went in to help the interrogators to see exactly what happened to his baby bird. The poor little thing was randomly waking up and eating huge plates full of raw fish, then passing back out. Hawks makes sure that the little fledgling takes some time to actually use the bathroom because he's pretty sure if he doesn't tell him that, he'd just stay in his makeshift nest all day. Recover Girl was a bit concerned by how he was acting after she was informed of it by one of the nurses on her phone. She said just to give him all the food he requests because at the moment this might be the drawback of suddenly having the extra limbs made. Suddenly getting extra limbs could cause one to need more energy and to burn through their sustenance quicker than normal until their body gets used to the new appendage until it goes away. Hawks is a little on edge, but it's okay because he can see his fledgling on the nest, and he can see the slow fall and rise of his chest. Hawks can even feel the hatchling's heart beating with his feathers, and everything is fine because Nezu is at the station asking questions right now to find out what's wrong. Nezu is making sure Hawk's nestling is okay and not hurt and when the wings will go away. He will be told when the nestling won't be his anymore, and that was okay. Hawks is fine and nothing's wrong. He's doing what he's supposed to, and that is to help UA, and UA wants him to help his baby bird, but this won't be his baby bird at one point. But everything is fine and he would know the best if anything was wrong. Hawks is dealing with these feelings and emotions like the commission taught him to, or well, he taught himself to do this because they said they were useless things to have and told him to get rid of them. He is trying his best to shove them into the box he created in his mind, but they aren't going in. Hawks is supposed to put them in the box then open them when he gets the chance. He hasn't gotten the chance yet since he brought his instincts back. He is trying his best because everything is fine and he needs to be fine, and he said he would take care of the nestling, but something is wrong and he can tell something is wrong. Hawks can feel like something is going to happen with his nestling. He needs to keep him safe. He must have eaten something that could make him sick, or maybe his wing hurts, or he needs more water. Baby bird could also have to go to the bathroom again and he has to wake him up to use it, but all Hawks know is that his instincts are flaring up after so long of being shoved away, and they are telling him everything is going to hurt the little bird. He needs to get it together. Hawks went through that hell training torture and knows how to control himself. All the nurses that checked on them haven't said anything about how he acts towards them. They all think he's fine, and he is. He did get a little defensive when they got too close to the hatchling, but it was normal mutation behavior to protect their young, and these nurses deal with hurt heroes daily. Hurt heroes just back from battle can attack after waking, and a way to combat them is containing them, so all the staff knows basic fighting. The whole staff knows for a fact he has marked the fledgling, and that always leads to being too protective, but he's being a bit too much because he can tell every time someone even walks by their room while his chick is eating or sleeping. He wants to hiss or threaten them, but he has kept it to himself. Hawks is fine, and he's slowly rolling back up all those unwanted and useless feelings that are just so natural and comfortable to him. He can't have them because his hatchling will lose his wings, the way to fly and live and feel and emote and to have his instincts. They will be gone, and it. That's okay though, because Hawks knew this and the commission train tortured him, so he knows how to get rid of them, but it's not working and he can only act. Hawks has been acting like everything is fine when it's not. He has not hissed at the nurses and doctors walking by out loud, but he did it under his breath. He has not threatened any of the staff, but they would never know that his talons, his claws, on his hands have been growing for a little while now without being cut, and he kept flexing them. If it wasn't for his gloves, they would see the threatening flex of his hand to bring out his talons more. He has hissed at anyone that got too close for comfort, but what they didn't know was that he slipped a small hardened and razor-sharp feather into his hand and also had some feathers around across the ground that could shoot up and skewer them at any moment. None of them could see how not fine he was, but that was okay. Hawks could keep this act up for as long as he could. He thought that maybe he was the exception to the whole. Once your instincts are back, they go haywire for a bit and will stay stronger. He dumbly thought that he was the outliner, and now he is going to act like everything is fine. He has been tortured for this type of thing. Hawks was forced to be good at acting like everything is fine with his careless, lazy, and happy attitude. He knows how to do this, and it shows because no one is worried about it. He is fine and everyone knows it. He is sitting as close as he can to his baby bird that is currently asleep. Hawks lets himself seem relaxed, but inside he is screaming to bring the chick to his flock and in his nest, so he's cared for better. It's a beach to have both human and bird instincts collide like this because they mix so wonderfully when he knows for a fact humans are a packed animal, so it translates to flock, even though hawks don't stay in flocks. Humans need a village to take care of children, so it translates to he needs a flock mate or his own sir to help take care of his baby bird, but he has none. He is sitting and relaxing while looking through his phone. The room has random red feathers stuck out of corners, behind pictures, under pillows, and in between any nook and cranny he could get them into. The fledgling is probably going to wake up again and ask for more food in about 20 or so minutes, and the last time he asked for food was at 1:27 p.m.-ish, 13:27. He's going to call down as soon as his little chick stirs awake so they can get him his food. He's used his own pocket money to make sure they have enough of it because he didn't want to wait for the school to supply it. The nurses last checked in at 1 p.m., 1300 hours, and said that everything was still fine with Midoriya Izuku. He needs to remember that name for the rest of his life. Hawks has already memorized how his little hatchling looked, and after this he will memorize how he acts so he can always point him out in the densest of crowds. He also is doing this as a just in case if the commission decides to try and take him away from his baby bird and he needs to find him again. Hawks tries to always be prepared for anything that might happening because he was tortured to do that, so he might as well use it against them. Hawks need to collect himself again. He needs to get a hold of his instincts and think about what he needs to do to make sure when his baby bird loses his wings, so he won't hurt as much. He also needs to think of other food the fledgling will like because he must be getting tired of nothing but fish. Maybe chicken would be good for him. Hawks looked at the time and it's 2:18 p.m., 14:18. The nurse said she would be back around 2:30 p.m., 14:30. He decides that maybe he should start getting himself ready not to hiss at the nurse again, or at least try to not stab her when she gets a little too close. It was only 3 minutes later when he started to hear a little commotion in the hallway. Hawks tune in his hearing so that he might be able to hear what's happening outside of the room. He can hear some yelling but not what words are being yelled. Maybe a scuffle? It could be a hero that just got out of a fight and still thinks they are in the fight being a bit difficult. It's normal in this line of work, and this is another reason why the hero ward is a bit far from the normal one. Hawks tries to calm down his nerves because they aren't going to hurt his baby bird and they aren't Why is the noise coming closer? He was going to try and get his thoughts together, but he can tell it's getting closer to this room. Hawks can feel his feathers slightly lift up in a threat display. The staff wouldn't let in people that would hurt them because this is the hero ward. Everything is fine. The commotion is getting closer and closer. He can hear the yelling is about being able to take someone out of the hospital when they were told they were fine now. He can hear the nurses and doctors argue back that they want to make sure and are saying they just want to keep him in a little longer just for checkups. The arguing is going back and forth but getting closer and closer until he can feel someone on the other side of the door. The hero rooms don't have normal windows for the hallways. Press the button and part of the wall will turn into a window because many pros like the comfort of privacy. He can't see who is on the other side, but he can feel things and hear them with the help of his feathers. One is a male that is decently tall. He can feel the slight heat radiating off of the man, so that must be part of his quirk. There is also a female much closer to the door than the male, about average height and has a slightly pitched up voice from panic or maybe anger, might be both. We should be able to get our son. We cleared him so we can take him home now. It's his fledgling's parents. But Nizu said they wouldn't come yet. He said that they wouldn't come and take the baby bird away yet. He hasn't even lost his wings. If Hawks isn't by him when he wakes up, then he'll freak out. A fledgling that just got marked and has a new sire is always on edge out of their sire's range of hearing, sight, smell, or anything. That isn't to mention that he can't even fly right because of his downy feathers. He can't let them take him, but what else can he do? They have nothing to keep him here. Hawks was only the temporary guardian because one, the parents weren't available, second, he's a hero, third and most important part, he became his sire. Now because the parents are here, nothing can stop them from taking the chick home. He's cleared out. They have no evidence of needing to stay because they can research the quirk that affected him while he waits at home, and if anything happens they can just bring him back in. They don't have anything that says these parents are bad either, even if Hawks feels like he shouldn't trust. The door opens. His nestling's parents are still arguing with the staff, but as soon as the mother's eyes leave them, she looks at him. He can feel himself covering his nestling more so he's out of view from this angry person's sight. The women's eyes widen at seeing him, and he can see a quick flicker of something like disgust on her face. Then she recovers and hides everything, and it makes Hawks stutters. Why? Why is she like that? Would anyone like to tell me why the number 3 hero is in my son's room? The dull and plain voice that Hawks has heard from so many people all his life. The people that would hurt him standing tall and without fear or anger or any emotions at all. Lifeless on their feet. Hawks feels himself shaking slightly when he locks eyes with the woman that is holding herself the same exact way as all his handler always did. I asked a question. I expect a simple question is easy enough for a hero to answer. Hawks can't protect his baby bird from this. Nedzu has finally made it to the hospital, and as soon as his door opens, he's sprinting. There's a notebook under his arm and a slightly pained expression on his face. As Nedzu runs into the hospital lobby, he vaults himself down the corridor to the hero ward, ears flicking in every direction searching for a threat, tail lashing out and almost hitting people as he runs past them. He was an idiot to think of letting a normal nurse call Midoriya's parents. They really had to mention that their son was affected by a quirk and not just say he's healing from an injury. He gave them specific instructions to use and they had to go around them. When he finds out who called his parents, Nedzu will be questioning them to see why they went against his orders. A hero ward nurse would have done it, no question asked, but know the idiocy that is the normal staffing had to handle the out call of Midoriya. He makes a sharp turn around a corner that leads to the room that both Hawks and Midoriya were staying in. A little ways down he can see guards and some other nurses surrounding the door. It seems like Hawks finally lost control. When Nedzu at long last makes it to the outer ring of guards, he is greeted by Recover Girl, a few guards, and Midnight. Hey boss, I was called in as a last resort. RG said she would probably be able to stop it, maybe with your help, but you always need a backup plan. Midnight gave him a sharp smirk, and he can clearly see the anger hidden behind it. Any UA staff that finds out Midoriya was taken before they were able to find out what was wrong with him would rightfully be angry. He looks over to Chio for anything he might have missed in the text he got. It happens when he's too upset and he might have skipped something to get the gist of it. Hawks has had his newly marked fledgling taken from him. The staff said he didn't really fight it that much, but after they left it seemed he snapped and started to attack anyone that went into the room. He didn't do much damage to the staff, but plenty of them have lacerations all over their arms and legs. As Chio went over the list of everything that had happened while he was gone, Nedzu marched on closer to the At the moment Hawks has stationed himself on top of the bed in the room. He seems to be in an extremely defensive position with all of his feathers puffed up and multiple feathers detached floating in the air around him. I don't know much about Hawks personally, so I can't use any personal object or topics to calm him down at this moment. I would advise getting either his fledgling back as quick as you can or have you, Nedzu, go in there to figure out how to calm him down more. The only reason I suggest that you go in there is because you are the smartest person on this planet, so you can figure out how to help him faster than trying to get another bird of prey to help. I would also like to state that the only other bird of prey, like Hawks, available to come to help us would take almost 2 days to come because they don't live in Japan. Everything just seemed to work against him today, as he walked closer to the door and heard the hissing from Hawks trying to get everyone to leave him alone. Nedzu would leave him alone if it would help, but it wouldn't. He would be left in his instincts until someone stopped them because his freshly marked fledgling was taken, but why didn't he try harder to stop it from happening? He'll have to figure that out later. As he got up beside the door, the nurses and doctors were all telling him what they already did to try and calm him down with things that resembled Midoriya, food, water, new bedding, etc. Giving him things that look like his fledgling was a good move, but if they don't have his scent it's a failed try already. Food and water were a good try, and Nedzu will probably try that while he talks to Hawks. Them trying to get new bedding was the most dumb shit they've done all day. These were the last things that Midoriya used, so of course Hawks wouldn't want them changed out for something new. Really, this whole day seems to be worse than the whole USJ incident right now. If they don't stop Hawks' instincts, then it could last days or weeks before they can calm him down right, and that is even if they get Midoriya back by his side. I want all the staff to get all the food that Hawks has eaten the time he was here and some more. The food would be all raw of course, and most of it is already on its way, and the staff would need to bring it to this room. The food is raw chicken, snake, some live lizards, frozen mice, and some live birds that are usually used to feed the animals at the zoo but will be used today for our lovely number. Now some staff go and grab those from the normal area. It's usually picked up, and someone else grabs some of the raw fish that Midoriya always ate. With the combination of his food and the food his fledgling ate, it will make him think that Midoriya is coming back. After stating that some staff ran to go get the food that was able to be dropped off and the fish from the kitchen, the remaining staff stood by and waited for more orders from the educational hero, Nizu, one of the smartest heroes of their time. Nedzu cleared his throat as he started to look back at his messages, seeing if he got notified about anything else before speaking again. I need all the staff available on standby just in case I am attacked and need to be pulled back for Midnight to knock out Hawks. Recover Girl will be right beside the door alongside Midnight. If Midnight can't get me out on the first try, if needed, that is where the backup staff will come in. We can't have the room crowded too much, so stand a few paces back for me. He waved his paw, and just like that the staff back off quickly. The hissing from Hawks got a little quieter. Do we have, by any chance, another predator-based mutant quirk in the building? Nedzu looked to the staff waiting for an answer, and one of them put up their hands and stepped forward. He motioned for her to talk and tell him just so he can know if he can ask them for help or not. We have an intern today that has a cheetah mutation, if that's any help. He nodded along to the female nurse who stepped up, but now it's just the outcome that might happen. If Nedzu went in like he is now, would Hawks still see him as a threat of power and stand down, not hurting him and just letting him move, if a little restricted? If Nedzu went in with something the other predator-based mutant had on them to smell more like a threat, would it just put Hawks on an unneeded edge that would just make him attack Nedzu sooner rather than later? He was weighing out his options when someone called out his name. Looking up, Nedzu was met with the face of what was on his mind at the moment. I was told you might need me, sir? Nedzu blinked a few times as he stared in the face of a cheetah. The intern blinked back in kind. Oh, well, I was thinking if I needed you or not at the moment, but it would help me greatly if you just stayed to the back for now. I want to see how it will go with me there first, then I might snag your shirt if I think it's necessary. Would that be okay with you? This would also be very good practical practice that many can't say they have under their belt. Adding that little bit was unnecessary because he could tell the boy would help, but you can never be too careful. The young man nodded his head up and down before swiftly running back to the patiently waiting staff. He sees what he thinks is excitement on all of their faces, and that makes sense because this is an amazing learning moment that usually never happens, and it's great for Hero Health staff to know how to do these types of things. They are sometimes asked to help with the more violent patients at times. If they know how to calm down someone like this for next time, they can boast that they can accomplish that. It's something one should boast about as well because many can't state that. Nedzu turns himself back to the offending door and room that holds the silently hissing number 3 pro hero that is currently stuck in his instincts, but he just doesn't know how far in yet. He looks around the room and he can see how much of a mess it is. Feathers are strewn about all around the room, stuck in the little cracks of every corner, and some lightly floating in the air pointed in his direction. All of the furniture and equipment in the room has been flipped onto their sides and looks to be thrown about in a fit of rage, which Nedzu is sure Hawks had at one point. Looking to the only thing left standing and somewhat unscathed, Hawks was positioned with his wings slightly wrapped around himself. The bright blood-red crimson feathers puffed up to seem more threatening even though Nedzu could feel the murderous aura by the door frame. He could clearly see Hawk's pernicious gold eyes locked onto him, and Nedzu can feel everything in his brain screaming at him to run from this predator and hope that it doesn't give chase. The wings are obscuring most of Hawks' body, but that's fine. Nedzu can guess that he has a hardened feather in hand by now. Nedzu ignores the eye contact and only looks over Hawk's shoulder and takes a light, very light, step inside. The hissing got a little louder, but not by much. After he got both his feet on the same spot, the hissing went back down again. Hawks hasn't changed his spot on the bed, no movement was made whatsoever, so he cautiously took another tiny step inside. The hissing this time didn't go up in volume, but it didn't stop either. Nedzu just has to be extremely careful. He takes 2 steps forward and thinks that's all he's going to try. He doesn't want to be closer to death more than he needs to be today. He takes in how Hawks is holding himself in a way that would allow him to move any way he needs to with precise speed. Nedzu cleared his throat, then made a low chittering noise. He never usually makes this noise anymore because it is used to comfort and express happiness, but he hopes it somehow helps right now. It seemed to have caught Hawk's attention as he poked his head out of his feathers more. Nedzu looks at where Hawk's chest would be, so his head is a little lower down, and it makes him look more SBMSV before he begins to talk quietly. Hawks? Hawks, are you there? He waits a little bit but gets no answer, so he decides to just go on a little tangent and hopes that helps keep his mind grounded in the raging animalistic tendencies. Today, as I told you yesterday, I went to the station that had the villain that hit your chick with their quirk. That seemed to get Hawk's attention, so he kept talking. Their villain name is Test Run and their quirk is called Minute Baby. They gave the detective information about their quirk and it cleared up some things for us to know. First, their quirk doesn't cause any type of mutations to occur. Hawks quickly got out of his wings and flung them back. They relaxed after being moved but were still puffed up. That's good. It seems talking about Hawk's fledgling's condition is forcing him to think more clearly for his chick's safety. No mutations can occur after the quirk is used, but to put it in simple terms, the quirk makes one as healthy as a baby. It doesn't turn back the clock of time but physically turns one into a baby then back again, but keeps the health of a healthy bouncing newborn. This also includes anything someone might have lost in their life at that point. Nedzu stopped talking and looked towards Hawk's face that seemed to have more of a shocked look instead of that terrifying anger and murder's rage. He can now clearly see that Hawk's hair is very disheveled, eyes blown wide in worry, red, puffy, and the need for more information. He doesn't have his hero costume on at all. He must have changed out with clothes that Recovery Girl let him borrow, a white t-shirt that is wrinkled. It has some red dots. Those red dots are probably from the staff that got too close the last time. He also can see some blood on the bed as well, but not enough to cause concern. Wawa! Nedzu snapped his eyes up to Hawks upon hearing the first human word spoken. Ground and settle Nedzu. Just ground and settle him, Nedzu. What did you say, Hawks? Get him to talk correctly. Don't let him use broken sentences or words to communicate right now. Wchusahi. It was a stuttering mess, but at least it's easy to understand. Nedzu cleared his throat again and slowly began to explain the situation to Hawks. He is technically a type of parent until all parties involved had a discussion on roles, positions, and went through some court of law. Midoriya Izuku, your newly marked fledgling, was affected by the quirk, but that quirk cannot cause mutations like what has happened with Midoriya. He waits a little to see where Hawk's emotions might go. Will he go back into the instances he has, or will he do something more human at the moment? He got his answer after a few quite tense minutes passed. Tears began to fall from his face. It started out as a slow trickle, but soon a waterfall of tears rolled fat down the number 3 pro hero's face. Nezu watched as Hawks wrapped his arms around himself but kept his wings laying loosely behind him, open for movement if needed but in a comfortable position. Quite pitiful and painful inhuman sounds slipped past Hawk's mouth, and Nezu can slightly see him shuddering. He noticed then that at some point during the whole exchange, the food he asked for was delivered. He slowly took a few steps back, his front facing the distressed hero, and grabbed onto some raw chicken and a box of live lizards. You never know how someone might act or want after coming out of their instincts. When he was getting the rundown from the staff of how Hawks was acting, some nurse mentioned under her breath that he didn't eat since around yesterday's supper time. He needs food in him, and right now things that will make his animal side happy would be best to have. Nezu cautiously held the raw chicken in front of him as he slowly walked forward. Hawks might still be a little off, so being careful is the best at the moment. While slowly moving forward, Hawk's eyes snapped back onto him, then the food in his paws. Before Nezu could react, Hawks lunged forward to rip the chicken out of his paws. This made him fall onto his rump, but he quickly recovered, ears flicking everywhere at the sound of tearing flesh and meat coming from Hawks on the bed. Nezu looks as the man tore apart the raw chicken he just took from him, his heart racing in his chest from being so close to a predator eating and tearing apart its prey. Tears still clearly fell from his face but continued to rip apart the meat like a starving man, and all too quickly was he done with it. Gold eyes fly back to him and Nezu freezes on the spot, the eyes of death on him, looking to eat him. The eyes then flicked to the box in his paws, and Nezu kindly held up the box to Hawks for him to take. This time Hawks took the box out of his paws a little bit more gently but still yanked it out and flung open the package. Nezu watched as Hawks grabbed a handful of lizards in the box and shoved them in his mouth and crunched down on them. With them still being alive, they of course moved around violently but were again soon finished off. Bone and all just gone in a matter of minutes. Hawks honestly made them seem quick good with how quickly he's eating them. Nezu swallowed some of the saliva in his mouth as he handed over some more food for the hungry predator. Nezu might need to eat soon as well. Is that better, Hawks? He asked after a few more things were given to Hawks to eat. Now he seemed to be under control of himself better than before. He waited for an answer, but all he got were some more tears and heavy sniffling. He thinks he can hear some mumbling coming from Hawks, but he kinda can't hear it quite well. It might just be incomprehensible nonsense for all he knows. Nezu walked closer until he was right beside the bed, and that's when Hawks folded into himself, crying quietly while sniffing out loud, inhuman wails, but somehow sounded more human than some individuals he knows. Nezu could hear more mumbling, but for now he'll ignore it. You did everything you could for Midoriya. Your chick just went back to his parents a little sooner than I would have wanted. Why, oh. Nezu tried to strain his ears to hear the words barely being spoken above a whisper. I'm sorry, but can you repeat that? My fault. At that, Nezu felt a knife go through his heart. What do you mean? Hawks got louder after that question, about closer to a normal speaking voice, but with how quiet it was, Nezu was sure everyone could hear him. It's my fault, my fleglin, W is taken frm me. I couldn't upstem. The words were heavily slurred with all the tears and some snot running down his face, but Nezu can clearly understand what Hawks is saying. A newly marked sire is always extremely emotional and always very in tune with their instincts. If they aren't on edge and mad, then they are either extremely happy or severely sad and depressed. He should probably try to get the events of what happened through Hawk's eyes before getting the stories from the staff. It'll take the longest and be heavily affected by emotions. Nezu would then be able to use the staff to pick out which things match up with normalcy instead of emotional rambling. What do you mean you couldn't stop them, Hawks? Can you tell me what happened? That just got more flooded tears to rain down the pro's face. This is when Nezu heard someone trying to get his attention. He looked up at the door to see Midnight trying to get his attention. She was motioning him to walk over to her, but he wouldn't. He feels that would just make Hawks see Nezu as abandoning him in a vulnerable state, and that would be bad. He motions for her just to ask the question by the door, and she did after considering it for a little bit. Would you like me to get Hizashi to come here? He's better at handling emotions than you are, plus he was closer to the little green bean. That would put him in Hawks' good graces, right? Nezu thought about it while Hawks just bawled his eyes out on the bed that used to hold his newly marked fledgling. He would need to think of who to send over to the Midoriyas so they can do a wellness check. He was affected by a quirk, so they can use that to state that they just want to make sure for certain nothing bad happens. Nezu really hopes he's wrong this time. After Nezu decides that, yes, he is tired of trying to understand the wild emotions of the predator in front of him, he would want Hizashi here so he can just push him in the right direction to avoid instincts and the like. Once he confirmed that Midnight strutted away to where Aizawa was being held, she would also then start to watch the man, and she might even inform him about what's happening. Nezu hopes that the reckless Aizawa will stay in the hospital instead of leaving to check on his student. While waiting for Hizashi to make his way to the room, Hawks eats some more of the raw and/or frozen food for him. With him being more in control than before, the live birds, pigeons, are left alone. Nezu will keep them here just in case Hawks accidentally loses control again. When Hizashi finally made it to the room, most of the staff went back to their other duties. Some stayed behind as a just-in-case measure. He walked into the doorway to see Hawks with half a snake hanging out of his mouth. Hawks was quietly munching on it and still had tears slowly rolling down his cheeks. Yes, it was bone and all once again, because Nezu learned that Hawks apparently didn't need to worry about the bones as his body would just work around them, and he said it adds nice to crunch on them. That didn't make Nezu's fur bristle up at all, no siree. Nezu watched on with silent laughter as Hizashi paused at the door frame, looking at Hawks with slight shock and stunned. He thinks it is slight disgust because Hizashi doesn't like bugs, but he also doesn't like reptiles all that much either, and is probably trying to wrap his head around why Hawks is straight up eating a snake when he would want to stay as far as he could from it. Hey Hawks, Nezu. I heard that you would want me for something. Nezu could distinctly hear fake happiness, but it seemed to fly past the number 3's head as he swiftly shot up and ran to the blonde-haired man. He felt his heart leap up into his throat, but he was able to get control of his quick heart rate after seeing Hawks just hug onto the man. The fact that 2 birds of prey have clung onto the blonde after a traumatizing events, Nezu is starting to think it's part of Hizashi's latent quirk or something. T-OK-M was the only comprehensible words out of the whole bucket of sound vomit that just came out of Hawk's mouth, but Hizashi seemed to understand and was able to make the sobbing hero go back to the bed he was on beforehand. Nezu watched as the man excellently worked Hawks down from his emotional outburst and hugged him until he was able to talk more clearly. He didn't even need to warn him that much, as it seemed the Hizashi knew what to avoid and which way to direct things to make sure never to overestimate the other's instincts and wild emotions. It took a little while, but after what was probably 17 minutes, Hawks was able to tell them what happened. He was still practically draped over the older blonde, but Hizashi didn't seem to mind the contact at all, even though he could literally be torn to shreds at any moment. Hawks sniffed a few times before he started to talk about what happened when Midoriya was taken by his parents back home. Plus, moving forward, anything that is like this right here will be what happened in the past. It is not what Hawks is say to them. He is giving them a very heavily censored version that is being downed with wild emotions that he can't handle at the moment. Just so you know what the F is going on, and let's get back to our regular scheduled pain plus. Izuku, my little fledgling. His mom came in and asked a question. I asked a question. I expect a simple question is easy for a hero to answer. Hawk stood there, stock still. He couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. He had to stay there until his handler told him to answer because they didn't use his designation name. He can only speak once spoken to, and this was a simple rule to follow. He remembers all the times they asked questions in his direction that they wanted him to answer, but he was only allowed to talk when they talked to him directly by saying his designation. His wings were stiff and tucked tight behind his back. He stood straight and tall. No imperfections. He will be caned if standing even a little imperfectly, even if his feet and legs like it when he bends them a bit as if he was about to take off. He stood and waited. Hawks knows he is being looked at. He's being judged, dissected, pulled apart piece by piece, looking for any little thing that could be wrong so they can torture and maim punish him. He needed to be perfect. The Hawk was perfect. The Hawk was strong and laid back. The Hawk knows when to make a sound. The Hawk knows what it's meant to do. The Hawk can hold its breath for exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds, so there is no need to breath in its handler's presence. Why is the Hawk's handler here? It does not remember doing something against code, orders, rules, commands, regulations. It doesn't matter. All the Hawk needs to worry about is being perfect. I couldn't answer it that well because how she acted. It reminded me of someone that has who hurt me before. Hawks curled up more into Hisashi as Nedzu watched the number 3 think of a tormentor from a younger age. He couldn't remember ever seeing an abuse case on the hero. He might want to look into that later, if the commission didn't cover it up, that is. I was also SCSC.SCA-. Scared. I was SC scared because both of my hatchlings parents we were yelling with staff before. I thought they would take him from me. The last part was a low quiet whisper that Nedzu is sure if he didn't have advanced hearing he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Hawks then looked up at Nedzu, looking him with dead eyes. A slight pang went through him as he looked Hawks in the eyes, a predator wanting to kill him for lying to him. Number 3 Pro Hero Hawks. Why are you in my son's room? Hawks' eyes zip up to meet the eyes of not his handler. That wasn't his handler. Why was he so? No, maybe they gave him a new one and just didn't tell him yet. They want to see how he acts with any authority figure. So the Hawks does what he always does best. I was asked by Principal Nizu to help with this student's newly gained instincts. I have taken the parental role until his parents can take care of him. He said exactly what he was there for, his current designation and title. Hawks is supposed to stay until he is no longer needed. He will stay until he is no longer needed, and he will not fight back when they take him from his fledgling. He looked at them, over their shoulder, because they think when he looks into their eyes he's challenging them. He could see anger flowing behind those emotionless dead eyes. What did the Hawks do wrong this time? It listens to all the rules and makes sure to answer truthfully. It was doing everything right, but maybe this handler has personal rules. They want to see how fast it can learn new rules again. What do you mean by instincts? Izuku has no instincts. He is not animal. Don't react to the blatantly and poorly hidden insult to mutation-based quirks. The Hawk is not an animal and does not show any animal traits. Hawks. What do you mean by instincts? Hawks blinked once just so he could have his eyes stop hurting from the dryness. He wishes they would let him use his second eyelids. Midoriya Izuku was hit with a quirk at the USJ attack. Some lasting effects are still present. The Hawks must give them information they need when asked, but not more than what they want. Only give them what they want or else face punishment. Hawks. What are the lasting effects that are still present? The Hawks then noticed the man he heard from behind the door standing behind the women. It has 2 handlers this time around. Has it gone back on progress that they said it has aced 5 times in a row? What has the Hawks messed up to warrant the extra handler once again? The UA student has present bird or prey mutations. Wings, feathers, double eyelids, mixed feet between bird and human, claws and or talons on his hands, bird mansions and diet. The Hawks list everything that should be relevant, not going too much into detail or too little. His information gathering skills must be just right or else it will be punished. The Hawk can feel the fiery hot anger radiating off both of his new handlers. How did it mess up? Did they want more information this time around? Will the Hawk be locked in the box again for not seeing it soon enough? I didn't know what was wrong with how I was giving them information. My brain was in a panicked state and I answered the questions just like they always like me to. They just felt it so angry for some reason. I don't know why, and maybe because they weren't informed of what was going on with their child. Hawks was covered in a blanket that his hatchling was using since he got here. Hisashi looked very comfortable but obviously upset at all that is being learned. So far Hawks described how Midoriya's parents acted and he did not like it. The feeling of something being off about them was coming back stronger than ever. Nedzu just wishes this will be concluded soon so he can get enough evidence to rip that child out of their hands for good. Step away from our child. A jolt was sent through its spin. Parents? Parents. These were his nestling's parents, not his new handlers. Why did they trick him like that? Well, they wouldn't know they tricked him, but still. Why are they so dead and emotionless? Why is his happy bouncing new baby bird's parents like this? They look at him with poorly hidden hate and disgust, just like his other handlers. They are stiff as boards like they just got pulled out of a package, new toys that were never used yet, clothes that look spotless. They had no crinkles, no nicks, no little small stains, heavy-smelling perfume and cologne hanging around them. They stood tall and without care for how they made the hawk feel. They are seconds away from yelling, punching, hitting, kicking, pulling, dragging, blinding, anything to hurt him and his chick. His baby bird lives with them. No. He's supposed to protect his baby bird, and these fakes are not his handlers. Hawks won't get in trouble for protecting him. Hawks stood up a little taller as he stared down the two of them. Eyes not leaving as he didn't do as they asked, standing still, tall and strong. Hawks. Move away from my child now. We are checking him out. Actually, we already did. We just needed to grab him and take him to our car, so. Move. Even though the Hawks knew. It could see and tell that they are not handlers. They can't hurt it or anything it loves or cares about, but they are so close, it hurts to hear them angry. It's terrifying. Hawks slowly backs down and steps back, finally letting the two imposters see his baby. His fledgling, nestling, hatchling, his newly marked one. He froze in place a little away from the bed, a glare from the father thrown his way as they stood right beside his marked one's nest. He kept eye contact as the fake man slowly bent down, getting too close. To close, get away, don't hurt his baby. The deceiver touched his nestling and picked him up from the small temporary nest. That thing put its hands all over him and held him wrong. Those things are holding his fledgling wrong. His wings are trapped and turned in an odd way. They are going to damage his new Y. Hawks once again stopped. No more movement at the order that was chucked into his ears and landed right into his brain, weighing like stones in the water. The hawk can't move, the hawk must stay and watch as they take his fledgling away, his nestling, marked one. The two walked to the door and the man walked out first and its wings spread fast. His nestling was taken out of his sight. It stopped and made his wings go limp. It can't make the handlers upset, it must stay in line. It has to listen. For watching over my son. It heard as it was degraded once again. It's normal. They think it can't hear them, but they always forget its hearing is always on a high setting, no turning it down even if it begs for the noises to stop or to be quiet, pleading for a new training regimen to be done as blood flows down the side of the thing's face. Hawks. Oh, they are gone. Hawks. Can you hear me? Hawks. Please. That's when I went and attacked a nurse. I was so used to being told what to do because when I didn't they would hurt me, so I zoned out until the order was done, but when I came to they were gone and the only ones remaining must have hurt my chick. Nedzuwachi's Hizashi started to whip the tears of the number 3's face once again. Hearing how those parents dealt with Hawks was a little worrying. They seemed to have some type of hatred toward Hawks, which could be understandable. They weren't told about their child, but a stranger was. They were kept out of the loop even though the substitute parent was told. The originals should have still been notified. There are clear reasons why they weren't, but Nedza didn't think they would come down here to get him themselves. It was also said by Hawks that they were told more than what he wanted them to know. He is going to get that nurse or doctor fired today. He's also going to see if he can find any cameras that caught their weird behavior toward Hawks and see if it's a pattern with any other staff members or patients. Hawks watched as he slightly shivered in Mick's arms. He didn't mean to do this. He was supposed to be the number 3 hero, not a quivering child. Where is his sire just because his fledgling? Nesta's baby. I want my mama. Oh, shush it. It's okay, Hawks. It'll be right beside you as long as you need. I know it must hurt. I mean, I don't understand all that much about instincts, but I get enough that this shouldn't have happened to you. Hawks cried harder at the last thought of his nestling. The last time he saw his little one. He was still asleep. Sharp inhale he wa. One it can now where he I hiccup is wh when he wakes up. He held on tighter as he thought of his poor newly marked one. Am I marked on me? Hawks shoved his face into the blonde's neck. This was the person his little nestling liked. This was the one that helped his nestling when hurt before Hawks himself could get to him. Hawks can feel a hand run through his hair as more murmurs of words and reassurance are said right by his ear. He melts into the hold and lets whoever is holding him deal with his weight. He can't think about what just happened that well. His newly marked one was taken from him and he can't even do anything. Hawks, Hawks. He hummed in response as more tears slipped past his shut eyes. Do you want to go to my husband's room with me? Your little one loved my husband too. He's the one the little listener risked his life for by flinging himself in front of that quirk. One of the more people his hatchling likes. Family? Family? Dose. Does his hatchling have more family, not like those things that took him away, but like this one, the one holding him nicely and fixing his hair? He wants his wings groomed. Maybe if he goes with him, Hawks can ask him to groom his wings. Hawks jerked his head up and down, wanting nothing more than to be surrounded by his hatchling's better family. Let's go. They both stood up, almost fell, but they got their bearings and headed to the new room. Hawks still kept some of his hatchling stuff. Did Hawks tell them how they acted toward him, right? He mentioned what the woman said under her breath, right? He was sleeping. It was quiet and the bed he was laying on felt weird, a little lumpy and smelled old. He tried to move a little to get more comfortable, but he noticed something cold around his ankle. It might be Mama Sire Hawks trying to get him awake, but he's still tired. He can eat later. At the thought of food, raw fish, Izuku's mouth began to water, and that helped him wake up better. The first thing he noticed was the smell. It wasn't right. Hospitals smell sterile and too clean, but the room smells dirty, decayed and rusty. It smelled familiar, but in a bad way that put his hair on end and his feathers fluffed up. Wait feet, oh yeah, wings. Izuku has wings now and can fly? Izuku has wings and bird traits and he's hungry. Izuku shifted around a bit and started to get up, but he didn't open his eyes, opting to just stretch out his new wings plus the rest of his body. While moving around, he heard the jingle of something metal and his right ankle felt like it was being tugged on. He decided to open his eyes, and Izuku expected to see Hawks. He expected to feel safe. He didn't expect to be back in the room again. He felt himself freeze as he took in the familiarity that is the room. It has no other name besides it being called his. He doesn't claim this awful space as his own though. After taking in the room with its old wallpaper slowly peeling off, old rusty heater in the corner so he can stay warm in the colder seasons, deep long scratch marks on the door with some old dried blood where he pleaded to be let out, the bucket in the corner he was expected to use, small spots of blood that was never cleaned up or just not cleaned up right, because how could he clean up his own blood after he literally just bled there? All the awful memories of being in this disgusting room hit him all at once. They said he didn't need to be in here anymore. Mother and father said that he learned his lessons right and he didn't need to be taught anymore, so why is he in here? They promised he wouldn't be in here again, and it was even going to be converted into a spare room, maybe a playroom or something else. Izuku felt tears sting his eyes as he tried his best not to screech. He has to be quiet in the room or else he'll just be in here longer. They might even refuse to give him food if he makes so much as a peep. Good little normal boys don't yell in their room or make peeping sounds. Izuku likes his other room better. It has all his hero merch in it and makes him feel safe knowing so many heroes watch over him. He's never safe, it's never safe with these people. His head whips around after hearing some movement in the house. He can tell it's from downstairs, but Hawks he's supposed to be with Mama. Mama. He whispered into the air around him. Izuku was supposed to be near his sire, his Mama, at all times because he promised him. Mama made a promise to be near him at all times, but his voice wavered as he called out just a tiny bit louder. Maybe his sire was nearby and he just couldn't hear or smell Mama. Izuku knows his Mama wouldn't put him into this room like mother and father did, but maybe, no. Mama is better than them. He strained his hearing to try and see if he could hear his mama nearby, but he couldn't hear it. Izuku couldn't hear the faint ruffle of feathers on feathers, besides his own. At the thought of his wings an ache he didn't notice before became known. He felt his wings tremble as he could now clearly feel some feathers missing from his wings, but also his head and back of his neck. Maybe this is just a bad dream. Yeah, it's just a bad dream and his mama is sitting right by him in his little nest. Izuku was able to make his first nest in years out of the things the hospital staff gave him, and his parents aren't near him. He ignores the deep smell of smoke and expensive perfume from the other side of the door. It's not real. Hick mama. He tried to see if calling out in this bad dream to see if that would help his mama wake him up. He just wants his mama to wrap him out in his wings and never let him go again. I wanna wake you up, sniff you up now ma hick mama. Izuku slowly pulled himself into a ball as the sound downstairs got a little louder. They're in the kitchen. Maybe his dream parents are going to try and shove lettuce or carrots down his throat like his real mother and father like to do. It never filled him up and sometime made him puke. He feels hot burning tears roll down his face as he just stares at the worn-down looking door. No matter how worn it looks, it's stronger than you would ever know, my precious baby boy. The voice of his mother filtered through Izuku's head as he tried to stay silent. A good, strong, normal boy doesn't cry out loud, he cries quietly so no one can see his weaknesses. An ugly sound left his throat as he tried to hold in his breath, something between a squawk and a gurgling sound that was made from the phlegm, stuck in his throat. A bad dream. 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 The sounds in the kitchen went quiet after his choked, disgusting, inhuman sound. Good normal healthy boys don't make sounds like that. It's just a dream. His mama is right in the chair by his first nest in years. He's safe and in a hospital where his injuries are being treated for the first time in a long time. He is peacefully sleeping in the room with his mama, flockmate and flockmate's mate nearby. He is the sound of creaking from the stairs can be heard in the distance. Izuku is safe. Izuku is happy. Izuku has been eating like he has wanted to since forever. Izuku doesn't need to train day in and out just to get the quirk anymore. Izuku doesn't need to be yelled at by his most hated loved hero for not being able to pick up a simple bag of trash at the beach. Izuku hasn't felt the shaking limbs of low energy that could barely keep his own light body weight up anymore. The creaking of steps gets a little louder. The step in the middle of the stairs is the louds eating fresh fish for weeks now. Izuku has been a good boy. He's been in his place and made sure to be normal and happy and excited even when he felt the tired weight of his mind lay on his back every night. Izuku has been doing everything he's been a good boy in front of his parents. Even when he felt like something was chaining him to the ground, something was holding down his face in the dirt scene, he could remember even if he just wanted to stare at the sky just a little longer. He listened, and if he was caught breaking the rules his face would be slammed back into the dirt where he bellin, the telltale sign of someone making it up to the third floor, that there's a nail that was placed wrong in the wood so when someone steps on it, the floorboard will slightly go down then back up. This causes a very quiet, so very silent thud, but it sounded like death bells tolling in his head. 3 have already gone off. Will he even get to the 6th one? Izuku has to be in a Please hick pee-pee, please wake me, you sniffle up. He's not awake. He just needs to get up because he's been a good normal boy like mother and father wanted. It doesn't matter that he was starting to act less normal when they weren't looking. Izuku listened and was normal when they looked, and what they don't know won't hurt them. He was suppository, he is asleep. He is asleep, and by his sire, his mama, the only one that has ever wanted. Chills run down his spine as the sound of someone running their hand on the walls. Izuku wraps himself in his wings, tight, so tight that he can't see any light from behind all of his puffed up feathers. They took his blankie. He can't wrap up with his blankie, but at least he has his wings. He has wings like his mama, who he is having a nightmare besides because he is still in the hospital. Izuku is asleep. He has to be asleep. Mama screeching, the sound of nails being dragged across would getting closer. Izuku's new sire said they wouldn't leave him. Mama promised the sounds of steps stop on the other side of that accursed door. That evil, thick, disgusting thing that forces him to wait to be forgotten and wither away slowly as more food that tastes like dust is forced down his throat. Izuku can feel his breath picking up, but he doesn't loosen his wings. The choked back peeped sobs as he tries with everything in his willpower to be quiet. It's a dream, 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 it's key. The sound of a key going into a door handle, the key turns loud in his ears, the only thing he can hear in this mostly silent room. It's a dream, 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 it's a dray. The handle slowly begins to turn and Izuku can automatically tell who it is. Only Mother would ever open the door. That slowly she'll open it so slowly sometimes that it would take minutes to hours as if she's trying to catch him off guard. He's shaking like a jackhammer at this rate, everything is wrong. This has to be a dream, it has to be. His sire, his mama wouldn't do this to him. His mama said so himself that he would be safe and protected and that he wouldn't leave his Sid. The door slowly, painstakingly slowly opens. He doesn't want to look. Izuku can't look, he can't. It's a dream it has to be, and even though it's a dream that doesn't mean he ever wants to look into those cold dead green eyes again. Eyes that are so close to his but don't have those random flecks of gold. It's like looking into a mirror that could have been. He could have turned out like that, dead to everything and everyone, the dull hate for the world burning deep in the center of those forest green eyes. If this is a dream, he can look and not get hurt, right? What if it was his mama? What if his WB is his mama saving him from this awful PL place? He has to look. With that last loud thought running through his mind, tears and snot running down his face, throat feeling raw with the strain from trying to be quiet, but that's not his. And Mama? Shoyuta has no idea what is happening with his problem child. Nemuri came into his room at one point stating that Hizashi needed to help calm Hawks down. Hizashi already informed him that his problem child took a quirk that would have hit him and actually distracted that Tamura Shigaraki guy enough that his head got smashed in a little less than everyone thought. Thanks to the quick destruction his problem child gave him, Shoyuta was able to actually use his eyes instead of having them wrapped up, but besides parts of his head not wrapped, everything else was mummified. Shoyuta will never be happy with his problem child getting hurt for him, but he is thankful all the same. Back to Nemuri currently talking his ear off and wishing that she had a voice quirk like his husband so he could just shut off her voice or limit its volume a bit. She is currently informing him on the situation with Hawks and his problem child. Midoriya was hit with a quirk, an overpowered and extremely strong quirk that would be amazing for heroics if only quirkist doctors looked a little more into it instead of pushing it off as weak and useless. With the quirk hitting him, it gave him the health of a newborn baby, and apparently his problem child, embodying his name entirely, had plenty of injuries or missing limbs to be exact. Midoriya has a Birdprey Mutation Quirk that is most likely a dual-wielding one because of the strength the kid has. Now that Midoriya has wings, feathers, sharp claws like hands, tail feathers, and according to Nemuri, has gotten his toes back. His feet were between bird and human but just seemed to have the bird part of his feet cut off. Shoyuta was trying to keep calm, learning that someone maimed one of his students and he didn't notice made his furious, but it seemed even Midoriya didn't know. This happened when he was young or even when he was born. When Shoyuta gets out of this hospital, he is going to have to get rid of some bodies because Nemuri said it was most likely the kid's parents. If the kid's parents are part of CRC or the Creature Rejection Clan, that would make sense because it's usually those parents that get rid of inhuman traits with their kids. WS was so violent when I was there. I don't really get the instincts thing cause I don't have them, but wanting to have your kid by you after they got injured makes sense. So it just makes him feel those normal parental instincts. Some people have cough, you cough, sorry, had something in my throat. But anyways, it takes those and just kinda cracks it up, but like 678% give or take, and the kid will also feel those types of feelings as well. Your problem child will probably be clinging to Hawk's side for a little bit, but with the way it's looking with you will probably have to ta-dash. Shoyuta is so thankful for that fact Hisashi just walked through the door with. Oh, he has a crying Hawks with him. Sniff sniff. He was able to hear the large intake of air through Hawk's nose as the young hero starts to glare daggers at Nemuri that is sitting right by my bed. There are clear tear tracks on Hawk's cheeks and his eyes are red and puffy. Aizawa can clearly see his one wing that was behind Zashi slowly rise, same with the other one, and strat to puff up. I am so sorry Nimue, I forgot you Hawks. Hisashi looked at the winged hero that was looking about to tackle Nemuri off her chair. Hawks. Hawks. His head finally snapped up to look at Hisashi and a low whine? Was that a FNG whine? Left the young hero's throat as he gave his husband pleading eyes. Puppy eyes? No. We are going to. Hisashi let his eyes fly over to both of them, but he quickly jerked his head to the door behind them. Let Nemuri leave the room. He slowly started to move away from the door, but not closer to where he was laying where Nemuri was sitting. After getting a pretty good distance away, Hisashi motioned for Nemuri to get out of the room with the current full number. As soon as she stood up, Hawks was hissing at her and positioned himself so that he was blocking the view of Hisashi from her. Aizawa has never seen a hero, who is trained to be calm in stressful situations, act like this. Nemuri decided to take it slowly, but honestly he has no idea if she noticed the small feather in his head that is currently sharp. Hawks yo, you're getting feather fluff in my nose and mouth dash. Hisashi is struggling with his own battle against a wall of feathers, but maybe if he could get Hawks' attention. His husband would never put him in danger, so that must mean that Hawks is safer with them at the moment, especially with the problem child gone. Is it problem bird now? No, if Hawks claimed Midoriya and he has a Hawks quirk, doesn't that mean that it's problem Ias now? Food for thought later. Right now is making sure Nemuri isn't attacked and essentially will knock out everyone in the room to keep herself safe. Hawks. Aizawa's voice was still very scratchy and dry from the injury that messed with his vocal cords. He's glad that it will heal fully, but he might need speech therapy to get it back to 100%. The number 3 hero's head snapped into his direction and he was able to hear a slight yelp of his name from Hisashi, but he's pretty sure he wouldn't get hurt. Hawks quickly scanned his whole body and the things that are attached to him at the moment, and he could see the edge that was in Hawks' eyes slowly melt away. His wings were still puffed up, but he didn't look like he wanted to rip his throat out, so Aizawa will call this a win. Nemuri was almost out of the room by now, but he should keep that attention on him still. Hawks, how are you? Ayua. Without warning, Aizawa suddenly had his chest full of Hawks and he quickly realizes he doesn't know what the F to do. Nemuri fully slipped out of the room and Hisashi quickly made his way over to him. Ongi Sho, are you okay? His husband was by his right side as the left was currently occupied. He felt a light pain as Hawks continued to hug him, but with how much pain meds he's on, it's not that bad. The shaking from the pro hero currently clinging on to him as if he will disappear confuses him greatly because Hawks doesn't know him or care about him like that. Aizawa looked over to Hisashi, hoping to get answers, but automatically noticed the other man also looked a little bit lost. After some slightly audible sobs from the young hero, the only thing Zashi mouthed to him was, maybe instinct? And then gave a light shrug. Aizawa looked back down to the currently crying pro on him. He is a man that is not good with emotions unless he really cares for them and they know him very well. Hawks. Can dash? His head shot up to look him in the eyes, and now Aizawa finally has a good look at his face. Hawk's pupils are blown extremely wide while looking at him, and then the eyes zoomed over to his husband and a low whining peep came out of the hero's mouth. Aizawa in all honesty does not know what to do. He don't do touchy-feely emotions, or well he can, but he's not good at it. This put on top of instincts of a bird of prey mixed with humans that are putting him even further out of his normal zone of what he is able to do on an average day. He is overwhelmed and hoping his husband can somehow figure out what is going on. After a minute that felt like an hour, Hisashi quickly squatted down so he could be eye level to the young man. The almost teen that has only been able to drink for 2 years and that has been on the scene for 4 years. A young kid that was let to be a top hero and saw too much from a young age, and also that is not putting into the fact that no one knew who Hawks was. No one knows who Hawk is, he just appeared one day and is following HPSC's orders like a loyal dog. It's hard to get the fact that Hawks has most likely lived all his life in the HPSC and needs more emotional connections into his head. Hey. Hizashi slowly telegraphed his movements as he put his hand on Hawk's head. It's okay. Shoyuta is a little banged up right now, but it's okay. He'll be all right as rain as soon as he can get his second dose of healing from Recovery Girl. Zashi gave a gentle and warm smile to the young man as he slowly carted his fingers through Hawk's hair. Aizawa was sure that Hawks was already relaxed into his side, but as soon as his husband started to slowly unknot his hair, Hawks was boneless. He felt the weight of Hawks laying on his chest and a little bit of pain, but Aizawa recently has felt pain that was much worse than this. Aizawa can't help with the calming down because he can't use his arms or hands, but he can move all of the muscles in his shoulders. He doesn't particularly think that having a cold hard cast arm running down your back is comforting. Does words help with this? I'm going to be okay, Hawks. He looked down at Hawks the best he could from where he was laying on his chest. The number 3 hero is still an absolute blob of nothing on his chest as Hizashi just slowly works through his knotted hair. It would be irrational to worry so much over it when it'll be just a day or two until recover dash. His words died in his throat when he started to hear a low humming purr come from Hawks. Zashi also stilled for a second but quickly continued to comb through his hair. Soon a wing shot out and tried to wrap around Hizashi plus pull him impossibly closer. His husband looked at him with a confused questioning look, but Aizawa doesn't know what the F is going on. He knows a ton of facts about cats but not birds. Do birds purr, or was that a growl? Is that a thing they can do? Our recovery girl is going to come by to heal me and then I'll be as good as new. The weird purring that was apparently a thing that Hawks just does continues as Hizashi just works on his hair that is done by now. Wings. The murmur of a word was barely audible, but thankfully the room is definitely quiet right now, so it was easily heard. His husband looked to him, but Aizawa doesn't FNG know. This is instinct stuff plus emotions. Zashi looked back to Hawks with his normal happy sunshine level as he slowly ran his fingers through his hair, the other just being putty in his hands. Hawks, what do you mean wings? A huff of air from the young hero's nose and some slow blinks passed, but finally Hawks answered. Finger. Wings. He watched as Hawks squeezed his eyes shut as he let out a big yawn. Aizawa had to use all of his control to not yawn back. You fixed my hair but can wings? Aizawa can tell how much the young man, on him, wants to fall asleep but is trying his best to stay up. Kinda like a cat. Sleeping on you for warmth, but Hawks is doing it for wing scratches? Hizashi gave a gentle but still slightly confused smile as he started to move over to his left, the only way to get to Hawks' wings better. Sue. You want me to fix your wings? So little listener, just to make sure, you want me to get rid of all the feathers that are falling out and fix the ones that are askew, right? The purr-hum growl thing got louder after Hizashi asked that question. Aizawa caught eyes with him and he can tell, his husband called Hawks little listener and he can see the look in his eyes. They can't adopt him but they will be able to adopt Midoriya. Midoriya and Hawks seem to be a 2-in-1 package so. Wagikai. Okay. I'm going to touch and fix your wings now. His husband said with a chipper tone as he pulled out his phone to look up how to fix someone's wings right. Aizawa just gave a glare to Hizashi as he quickly scanned different sites on his phone. Really, Zashi? The words stated in his normal monotone voice that was followed by Hizashi's smug grin. Watching as the older man started fixing the younger's wings, purred growling humming getting louder, as they are still sprawled out on his chest. I am too young to have this old of a kid, Zashi. The hum from Hizashi was slightly drowned out by the noise made by Hawks but was still clear to hear. A grin still clear as day on his face was the only answer that Aizawa will get from his husband, and they are still laying on him. Can I at least have some space? Are you in pain? A glare was the answer. Then you should be fine for now and you need more sleep anyways. More glaring that would stop Satan in his tracks. Unfortunately Hizashi has known him for most of his life so it has no effect. What show? Hisashi pulls out his big pleading eyes that remind him of kittens. Why must he do this now? Do you not want to spend time with our new kid? The term is Ias for young hawks, baby hawks, you know, but hawks isn't a baby Zashi. He can be our baby and Midoriya can be our other legal baby because those parents can't be good news. Aizawa let out a long groan as the thought of Midoriya's parents entered his mind again. He didn't want to think of them because he can't do anything about it at the moment. He is trapped on this stupid FNG hospital bed and Hawks plus Zashi are making sure he can't escape now. If it wasn't for his husband, Aizawa would already be at the doors of the Midoriya household banging on it. He would be calmly telling them that he was doing a student wellness check because of the new information they just got for the quirk used on him. Aizawa would then arrest both of those parents because they must be abusive, they must be. Everything about the kid's behavior makes sense now, skittish, won't look authority in the eyes, scared of authority and was basically horrified being alone with one, so much more that he should have noticed but didn't. Aizawa was supposed to see because that is his job, he was trained for those types of things but no. No, he didn't notice one of his students in pain every FING day. Nedzu should already be on his way and that might be the only thing that is keeping him slightly sane. Nedzu will be able to get those fuckers. They won't ever be able to be in the same building as their kid or within 30 feet of him, but that won't matter when they are behind FANG bars. At the moment Nedzu was sitting at a desk in the hospital, in a room no one can get into unless he lets them because the hero ward is just so nice and has the best accommodations. He was flipping through his breakdown of the quirk, Minute Baby, and picking out all the flaws the quirk can have on the affected individual. He needed a complete list of every reason they needed to check on Midoriya. Being able to do a home visit is easy for a hero, but if it's only on a gut feeling and they are hiding things, they can try to sue and that would prolong the time Midoriya has to spend with those two monsters. Nedzu has come to realize that is what those two are by the footage that he also combed through and saw how they reacted to those with mutation quirks. He put that information into another folder to use for when they are taken to court so it can be proven that if they somehow hide the fact they are quirkist, they cannot escape the evidence that is already on hand. Nedzu is typing as fast as his paws can move as he hopes he's not too late. He has already got Midnight in position, but just sending one hero to where Nedzu is sure they are going to have runners is a bad idea. He is trying to get an Ingenium and Rocklock. He was lucky enough that Ingenium is visiting a friend's agency for the day. Rocklock was a little harder to get in, he was technically off the clock and supposed to have the day off in general. As soon as Nedzu mentioned that a kid was probably being neglected or abused, Rocklock was apparently half in his hero uniform and on his way. Nedzu has been keeping track of the time since Midoriya Izuku left the hero ward. It has been exactly 6 hours and 28 minutes since their car left the parking lot. He would have liked to leave sooner, but again Nedzu had to quickly gather information from multiple places and also wait for the heroes needed on the arrest. He has plenty of information, heroes are now in place and the police are going to wait near the Midoriya house. Nedzu closes everything and hops out of the tall chair. He rushes his way to the door and out of the hospital to the cop car that will be taking him there. He makes sure he has everything in order, a student that will most likely be put under UA watch, the teacher or teachers in this case that are going to watch him, and even papers to give Hawks a key card for UA and a place for him to stay on campus if need be. Nedzu was getting messages from Midnight asking if Yamada was going to be on this as well, but he is working on keeping Hawks calm and happy, also making sure the man with 2 broken arms and 2 shattered knees stays in bed. It was close to time, the sky was getting darker as it was 9:02 p.m., 21:02. It has been a long time and Nedzu doesn't know if these individuals would wait to hurt his student or hurt his student when he was asleep. How far are we from our destination? Please and thank you. About 7 minutes away by now. It's okay, we'll get the kid out of there, sir, and then you can drag the parents through a legal bloodbath. The officer that he just so happens to not know the name, stated with a bright smile as he continued to drive to the house. Nedzu hopes that they get there at least before too much damage is done. Midnight was walking over to the door of the 3-story house, a rarity in Japan really because it's mostly in an American style. This was the house with that kid that was most likely being abused for their quirk. It made Ken Takagi, hero name Rocklock, sick to his DMN stomach. He and the love of his life, have been trying for a kid for a bit now. He personally doesn't care if they have one or not, but Aina really wanted to have some. With her parents unable to have many children, and even with her birth it was apparently a miracle. She never had any siblings and she hopes that one day they can have 5 kids. Why 5, you ask? He has no FING clue, but it'll make his wife happy and he can provide and protect all of them, so he sees no problem in it. Ken and Ingenium are going to be positioned at different points outside the house. He's placed at the back so he can freeze them if they run, or well, freeze their clothes. Also, he's mostly underground so he knows how to fight quickly. Ingenium is waiting toward the right side of the house, kinda in the middle, and waiting to see if anyone runs away without them noticing. He's the fastest, so they wouldn't be able to get away even if they tried, and they know none of the people inside have a speed quirk. The cops are right down the road, just out of sight, so the Midoriyas don't think too much of it, but when needed they can be over in seconds. Everything is in order and now they just need to save the kid. Sun's basically set in the sky and here comes Nizu. The one who got all of this together. Makes sense with how he was treated before he became a hero. That man never tolerated any type of abuse. Last he heard of the worst incident was when he bit someone that traumatized his last personal student. That was years and years ago though, but it's one of the most well-known rumors about him, calling him a wild animal that should be put in a cage. Honestly, if Ken learns who started that rumor, he might deck the guy for him. No one or animal should be treated like that. As soon as Nizu reaches the door, Ken thinks because he hears a knock, means they must be starting now. It's loud in this quiet neighborhood, with this big backyard and sparse houses so that everyone has space. It feels like it's their own little world. No one would notice the abuse from this distance, and with money people will turn the other way. Ken hears someone walk through the house, but it's only one set of steps, not 2. Whoever is opening the door might be the stronger of the 2, or the other is busy with something. Ken swallows some saliva at the thought of one of them with the kid. He hopes they're asleep or even in the bathroom. He can hear some voices talking at the front of the house, but it's too far away to hear exactly what is being said. Most likely just getting in the house by being concerned teachers that were told about their students' conditions. After what felt like way too long, suspiciously long considering that Nizu informed them that they might be quirkist against mutant quirks. With Nizu being a straight-up animal, he probably needs to finagle his way inside more than he normally does. Ken finally hears footsteps going into the house, then the door closing. They seem to be walking into the middle of the house, near where the chimney is. Why is it in the middle of the house? That's probably the living room area or something like that, but now all they can do is wait for the size so they can arrest them and get that kid back. Ken just hopes with all his heart that the kid is okay. Hisashi was so far feeling a weird mixture of feelings for today. His son was in an attack and somehow got back his abomination called a quirk. They did so much to make sure it was gone too. These feathers and every little disgusting inhuman feature Izuku had are back, and they seem stronger than ever. His scratchy but dishevelling-looking soft hair has feathers now too. He even has some tiny tail feathers growing in, a few feathers by his eyes. His nails are long and sharp like talons. His hairline has row after row of feathers. His feet. Oh gods, his feet are back to normal and so revolting. It was so wrong. The whole time he was holding the boy that was supposed to be his human son, all he saw was a monster that finally got let out of its cage where it should have stayed. Hisashi lightly runs his hand on his neck where phantom pain reminds him of how he became normal, when he finally became human. He just wanted his son to have that, the feeling of finally being human instead of a monster, and he even learned how to walk right without his extra appendages. Inko went up to his room on the 3rd floor only about 20 or so minutes ago because they heard him not being a good normal little boy again. It's been so long since they had tea. Knock 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 knock. Oh, who was at their door? Hisashi slowly got up as he thought about who it could be. All of their neighbors should be getting ready to go to sleep right now or getting ready for bed. If they needed something from them, they would have called or texted them. Maybe a telemarketer. You'd think after so long with quirks people would stop going door to door trying to sell stuff. Oh, or it could be a worse option and be a Mormon or the Hummerize or something of the like. He already has so much on his plate, he doesn't need a cult from the Americas or Germany to come knocking on his door. A light thought about the branches of the group in the Americas flew through his head. wondering how they were doing and if everything was going smoothly as he headed towards the front door. As he got to the door, he made sure to keep the chain lock on so it could be a little bit harder if it's someone they don't want in this house. Hisashi opens it as far as the chain lock will let him and sees the R-rated hero, Midnight. If he's correct, she is a teacher at UA and is Izuku's art history teacher. How her costume was approved by the Teachers Association is a mystery. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. Hisashi resisted the urge to throttle the women in front of him. He was a married man and she knew this. She acts this way to everyone, but civilians shouldn't be treated like this. It's her shtick, but really, she should save it for only the enemies and not every living thing under the sun. Hello, Midnight. How may I help you on this nice night? Oh, also thank you for protecting my son. I wouldn't know what to do if my son wasn't here. Hisashi started off sounding chipper and full of joy, but of course it was still a little dull because that is how he is supposed to be. At the end of it, he did let some sadness leak into his voice, hoping that will make him seem more parental because everyone thinks his dull tone means he doesn't care. Mr. Midoriya, don't mind it. It's what heroes are meant to do, but we are here because of the quirk that affected the smallest Midoriya. Suddenly, a large rodent-type being came into view of the crack. Hello. Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog? Who knows, but I am your son, Midoriya Izuku's principal. Hisashi held in a gauge of disgust as his eye twitched. This little FNG rat is standing on my porch, with his wild animal self that should be in a goddamn cage. The animal that shouldn't even be given human rights is smiling at him. A shiver of rage ran through his mind at the blatant fake human emotion the rat is trying to copy on its face. Hello, sir. Hisashi is glad that he is basically always dull and toneless. It helps hide his disdain very well. Also, this is the principal of that school, meaning he is the reason the security is sheet. He is allowed to be a little openly mad of this stupid FANG wild animal. It was the reason that his son was made into that monster again. They need to start fixing him all over again. We both came here so we can conduct a wellness check and give you more information on the quirk that hit young Midoriya. The stupid animal said in a fake human tone of happiness. Everything about this failed experiment reeks of fake and disgusting inhuman designs. May we both come in so we can better inform you of what might be happening to your son. This is also for his health and safety. Hisashi had to let it in. He couldn't refuse because that would be too obvious. He needed to let this thing into his home, his safe haven. Of course, come inside and tell me everything you know so I can make sure my son's health is stable. He let slight joy slip into his voice even if it wasn't real. He needed appearances after all. Hisashi closed the door and was tempted to lock it, but quickly unlocked it fully and opened it up for the hero and animal. He led them to the living room, passing by all the photos on the wall and some hero merch that couldn't fit into Izuku's sleeping room. Inko, my wife, was making food but took a quick break. I think she's in the bathroom at the moment or is checking if Izuku has woken up yet. The hero and things sit on the couch. He's getting a new couch when he can. Hisahis sits in his favorite armchair closest to the fireplace. We were both very worried when he wouldn't wake up, let alone the wing things on his back, the feathers and, oh god, his feet. Our little Izuku had so many birth problems that he lost his toes when he was a baby. He puts a hand on his head and massages it a bit, thinking of all they will have to get rid of once again, was giving him a slight headache. It was shocking and somewhat off-putting to see our little boy looking so different, and we are hoping the effects of the quirk won't last so long because neither of us know how to take care of someone with a bird mutation. He looked over to the two heroes as they sat on the couch quietly. Midnight was looking around a bit while the thing was looking straight into his eyes. Hisashi just wants to use his quirk to get rid of the rodent that wiggled its way into his home. Just set that thing ablaze. Of course, Mr. Midoriya. I understand wanting to know all of what could go wrong, and this must put you far out of your comfort zone. I will personally give you every bit of information I have gathered of this quirk and all the effects that it might have on young Midoriya. The rat said in a disgusting imitation of joy, as it pulled out a giant notebook that seemed to be completely filled to the brim with writing and sticky notes. Let's get started, shall we? This little, annoying, revolting, inhuman will. After Mr. Midoriya let both Nezu and her inside him home, Kayama noticed something. Everything seemed perfect. The walls were covered in family photos, there was no dust on anything they passed the further they went into the house. She couldn't see any stains anywhere even though in the file it says the Midoriyas haven't moved since before Izuku was born. Now that she's actually looking closer, it looks like no child has lived here at all, let alone people. It looks too clean and spotless. No signs of life besides everything being cleaned, and once they entered the living room the couches and chairs looked to be sat in but not much. Do the parents leave for long amounts of time? Did they just leave their child in his room while they were away or something else? Kiyama continues to look around as Nezu starts to talk with Mr. Midoriya. She doesn't care that it's obvious that she's looking around. She is seeing photos of all the Midoriyas together, but their faces don't seem right. Their smiles don't reach their eyes in a lot of them, but Izuku is clearly happy in all of them, besides some. Some he has bandages on in the photo, in others he seems to have scrapes or bruises on his limbs. The bookshelf that's nearby has some knickknacks on it. They feel faker than the smiles in the pictures around the house. Kiyama lets her eyes drift over to the fireplace that is closest to Mr. Midoriya's seat. It seems to still be used by the family, which is rare. She knows this house has normal heating, but maybe they just like to use it? She looks a little bit further into the fireplace and sees something that looks kinda like metal all the way on the back wall of the fireplace. What is— Excuse me, Midnight, but what are you looking at? Kiyama shoots her head up to be faced with a straight-faced Midoriya. Another thing that was weird was the blank expression 24. She waves it off with an easy smile. After doing these types of things all her life, she can actually act any emotion she needs to on the spot, and it's very helpful on the field. Sorry, I thought I saw something in it is all. Must be the trick of the eye. Midoriya gives a small hum and nods her way as he puts all his focus back on Nezu. That was another really weird thing with his guy's behavior. He has all his attention on Nezu. It's unnerving to see how much he is focused on him. Every movement he makes is carefully watched and slightly reacted to. Now that Kiyama thinks about it, it's like he's watching and waiting for Nezu to lash out of something, waiting for him to do something, but she doesn't know what. Kiyama sits there a little longer through the conversation until she gets a quick side-eye look from Nezu, a quiet message to look around. An easy thing to do by asking to use the bathroom. She's really glad Sho drilled in sneaking skill for all his close friends, or else this would be harder in heels. I'm so sorry, Mr. Midoriya, but can you let me know where your bathroom is? She says the last bit as a whisper, so it seems like she didn't want that part to be heard, to make it look normal and embarrassed by something simple. Look more human, Kiyama, look more human and less like a hero on guard. Midoriya looked at her for a little bit as if to assess if she was telling the truth. That's okay, Midnight, every normal person has a bladder, so there is no need to be embarrassed by it. There is one down the hall by the stairs, but if that one is too small there is another one on the second floor. That one might be preoccupied by my wife at the moment though. She likes that one better than the one on this floor of the house. Midoriya pointed to the hall to his left as he explained where Midoriya Inko should be. She'll be the judge of that. Kiyama gave a big smile and thanked the man as she quickly shuffled out of the living room, making it look like you were having trouble holding it in. Kiyama, you got this. She scuttled off to where he said the bathroom was, but she took her sweet old time. Kiyama looked around and saw that everything was still so spotless. She finally found a good way to describe it. It's like they just bought the house, like it hasn't been used or lived in yet, and it set her on edge so much. She doesn't know how many times she has to think of this, but Izuku Midoriya grew up in this house, this 3-story house that looks like it hasn't been touched yet. She sees all the photos that look so fake it hurts, the straight and tense postures in all of them, the smile that never reached either of the parents' eyes, the time where Kiyama can see a little bit of a bandage wrap peeking out of his clothes. There are so many red flags at this point that they are bright flashing neon lights that burn her retinas. Kiyama finally gets to the bathroom she was supposed to use, but she's not going to. Taking a quick look into the kitchen ends up with her a bit confused. All the food seems to be done. Everything is one low heat just to keep it warm, and that's all. If the food has been done, then why didn't they eat yet? Was it just that she got done then took a leak, or was it she got done and went to get Izuku? Where is that woman right now? Kiyama quickly but quietly made her way back to the stairs and started to go up them. She wants to be as quiet as she can so that if she finds the other Midoriya doing something unsavory, she can catch them off guard. She was lucky the stairs weren't as squeaky as they could have been, but looking farther up them to where the third floor would be, they start to look older and less cared for. She quickly takes a look around to see a master bedroom, a bathroom, a small study/office, and a kid's bedroom. The room had a lock on the door, the lock looked new, and it even had another one at the top of it as well. That wasn't normal. A kid's room shouldn't be able to lock only from the outside. Kayama looks inside Izuku's room to see it stuffed to the brim with hero merch, all different shapes and sizes. There was a lot of All Might, but the kid had some of Mike's, one of Vlad, best jean set, edge shot, a single Ryukyu. And tucked out of the way, under the kid's bed because Kayama wanted to be thorough, was a single small t-shirt with Gang Orca on it. It looks beaten up and slightly ripped. She can see where it was tugged on for some reason. The shirt looks like it has been through a war, but you can still clearly tell it was Gang Orca on it, also the fact it was cared for. Why was it only this one that seemed destroyed? Izuku liked all types of heroes and would never get something only to try and rip it to shreds. Poor kid must have tried so hard to protect this one. After she lifted up the bed, Kayama was also shocked to see another stash of a little bit of Hawks. A shirt, a toddler-sized hoodie, a little worn-out plush and single keychain. Why is Izuku hiding this stuff? It seems like the kid was using the Gang Orca merch to distract from the Hawks merch that was hidden right above this one. As soon as whoever was looking for this stuff would get too preoccupied by the Orca shirt to look further. Did the kid's parents do that to hide? Kayama, as discreetly and quietly as possible, drops the mattress onto the bed frame and hopes it wasn't that loud. She's out of the kid's room in seconds, knowing for a fact that her heels are making a lot of noise, but that doesn't matter. Nothing matter besides the silent oh so quiet shriek, a bird shriek. You hear when they are in pain or scared? It was Izuku's. It was clear as day that the muffled human mixed bird shriek was from Izuku. That sound came from above, on the third floor away from everything else, so far from the living room that if you didn't have super hearing it wouldn't have been heard hell. Kayama barely heard it, and she could tell it was right above her. She made it to the stairs and only now realized how weird this entire house is built. Why was the kid's room so far from the stairs and it had no windows, and why was the first room, the closest to the stairs, the parents' room? Kayama is putting one foot after the other as safe as she can because missing a step in heels will be a nightmare, but before she can get halfway up them, she stops. At the top of the flight is Inko Midoriya, standing in all her glory looking a little frazzled. "Oh hello," the woman says in a fake cherry voice that was dipped in lead paint. "Hisashi didn't tell me we were having guests and you're Mississippi Midnight." Inko sets on a smile that isn't even close to reaching her eyes, and it sends chills down Kayama's spine. That smile was disturbingly close to the smile her aunt always wore. "My little baby just loves your work." Inko takes one step down to get closer to her, but Kayama takes a cautious setback. Fighting on steps in heels are a nightmare. It's fing doable if you sold your soul to Satan, Nedzu, so he can teach you how to do it right and make a whole fing course track set around fighting in heels. He just loves how you saved so many people from SXL abuse or assault and helped those in hiding because they were too embarrassed to come forth about their assault because it came from a family member. The last line of words sends a cold bucket of ice down Kayama's spine. Not many knew, but you could say her aunt wasn't a human in her eyes anymore. Nor family, but she would never want to say that woman's name even in her head ever again. Not after all the time she screamed it out, begging for it to stop. How dare she use that against me? In the short moment that Kayama's mind was running on how this random person would know that little tidbit of information, Inko went down 5 more steps as quick as a snack. "Oh, I know that look, I'm so sorry. Sometimes my mouth just flies off and I say some things I shouldn't have. Did I bring back some bad memories?" Kayama gulps down on the sleeve that she wants to spit at this in front of her. Inko's sickeningly sweet voice was just like hers as well, and it just made everything in her body scream at her to run away before she gets chained up in the awful BDSM play again and again and again and again. She's too close, too close. "Oh sweetheart, you look so pale. Would you like to come back downstairs with me?" No, not down there again. She's been a good girl. She promised. Kayama. Kayama took a big breath of air as she went back down a few steps. almost missing some and falling down. She looks down to where the first floor would be to see Nezu standing there with his fur bristled. Her boss looks so mad. Wait, it's a bit blurry. Is she crying? Nezu was having a great time. He was able to get into the Midoriya household with little work, well, less work than he thought he would need to do. He took stock of all the forced family photos that are hung on every wall, shown off like a prize for how much they can make their own child look uncomfortable with just a quick look. Nezu was able to even talk with Midoriya Hisashi for a very long time, as of right now. He was going over every little bitty tiny detail that could affect young Izuku, even if some things would barely do anything besides give him a runny nose or even repeats. Midnight, one of his family members, pack employees, went off to go scope out the house and look for both Inko and Izuku Midoriya. He was too busy being a distraction and he knew he could let Midnight handle this. Nezu believed in her ability just like he believed in his own analysis skills. This should be easy. This should have been easy. It became clear after Nezu was able to hear, barely a whisper, of a yell of pain. That sound was coming from the top of the house, the farthest room on the highest level, and the person was either trying to be quiet or they were being forced to not speak. As soon as the sound that Nezu almost didn't notice was made, a loud thump was heard on the floor above this one. What the dash? Hisashi looked up at the ceiling, but Nezu reacted quickly, slamming the book close as the loud clacking of heels were heard from above. Well, Mr. Midoriya, it seems my employee found something distasteful while they were on the second floor using the bathroom. He eyed the man in front of him as he zeroed in on the skin around his jaw and neck that seemed just a few shades off. What do you mean distasteful? The, frankly, giant of a man that Nezu guesses is somewhere in the 6-foot range, stood up and looked at the ceiling with slowly worse hidden anger. He was still trying to be blank, it seemed. He knew this would make him angry, but that didn't matter anymore as he can hear Midnight quickly making it to the stairs and starting to go up them. Why is she stomping around my house like that? Nezu was thrown an icy glare as the man started to walk a little away from his chair. He needed to keep the two adult Midoriyas away from each other. He doesn't need two people that know how to fight well together right now. What he needs to do is get young Izuku out of here as quickly as he can, or at least let Midnight do it. He moved himself so it would look like he just wanted to walk besides the tall man, but in reality Nezu noticed how much he seemed to hate the idea of touch him or letting anything he owned touch him. By the way, Mr. Midoriya tried to hide his rage when he sat on his couch. Hisashi Midoriya backed up a bit, just like Nezu thought he would, to avoid touching him, and gave him a big smile. Most people think he's trying to look more human, but it's just a way he likes contorting his face to hide his raging emotions at different moments. Now, Mr. Midoriya. No need to be so hasty. I'm sure Midnight just heard something concerning involving your wife and is checking to see if she is okay. Maybe she heard young Midoriya and wanted to make sure he was okay. Nezu needs to seem at least a little oblivious to this stupid man's anger and obvious anxiety that is pouring off him in waves. He also mentions what his wife is doing or about checking on Izuku, which might make him slip up faster because of the stress of being found out. Another glare was thrown his way, but this one held all the heat of an open flooding lava. No ice in sight this time, and it seems that Hisashi was also slightly smoking from his nose. If something happened then, my Inko would have been able to easily take care of it. Do you not believe us to be able to take care of our own child? Nezu finds it honestly shocking by how much Hisashi's voice was still dull or forced to be dull because the emotions are right behind that facade, that Nezu is so sure he's about to break. He felt his smile grow at the easy slip-up Mr. Midoriya just did. This is child's play at this point. Oh! He was now actively walking in step with the giant man and slowing him down in any way that he could without being openly violent. Didn't you admit to the fact that you and your wife have no clue how to take care of someone with a bird mutation? You said it not that long ago, did you not? Nezu holds in a cackle as more smoke leaves Hisashi's mouth when it opens again to most likely yell at him when they both stop from a sound on the steps. He ears flick as he hears the easily tell signs of someone stumbling on stairs with heels on. That shouldn't be though, because Nezu made sure that Kayama Namuri W is able to do basically anything in those heels, and not to mention they can also be removed to make them into flats if needed. He was the one that gave her the idea of using the butt end of the heel as a little glass-breaking weapon, perfect for breaking all types of windows glass. He feels his heart stop at the low sound of sobbing pleas coming from the voice he knows all too well, the voice of one of his family pack faculty members. Nedzu never likes admitting how much he cares for his staff, how much he wishes he could keep them safe from everything that has ever hurt them in their lives like they try to do for him. He hates having to deal with emotions because he is awful with them if it's not to sway them into the direction he needs them to go just to get his way. Nedzu always has other faculty help the others in moments of distress, or if need be give them the cold hard facts of the meter to help them see through their emotional haze. It's something that every single one of his staff knows for a fact, no matter how human he acts. Nedzu rushes ahead of Mr. Midoriya, not caring for how he will act at the moment because if he decides to run or do something else he will 1. Be able to dodge it and 2. Someone will be able to catch him. He turns to look up at the stairs to see one Kiyama Nimuri's back that is shaking from obvious fear from the person that is using the height of the stairs to tower over her, just like when she was little. Nedzu has all the secrets of the staff mesmerized and sorted into a safe spot in his brain from the times they just wanted to dump all their emotions onto someone that wouldn't be as affected as a normal human. He knows of Kiyama's childhood and how it was stolen from her. How she sometimes comes to lay in his office, like everyone else, just to feel safe in moments where being surrounded by family pack doesn't cut it. Nedzu knows at this very moment he is not looking at the back of the strong, bold, and loud Midnight. He is looking at the back of his very scared little cub that he took in just like everyone else on his staff, just like everyone else that has ever been on his payroll. Nedzu's fur raises more than it has in years as he looks at one of his pack members almost fall trying to get away from the woman that is manipulating her view of the world around her to send her back to that awful place. Kiyama! He yells out as loud as he can and now he can see a clear cut through the fog that was plaguing her mind. He watches as she stumbles a bit down the stairs and all the years of training to help her fly out the window as she tries to right herself up again. Nedzu sees the eerie dark green light that was lowly emitting from one Inko Midoriya's hands that are up in a way that looks like she was reaching out for something. The woman with a look on her face that screams joy and happiness, but in this situation, it looks disgusting, twisted and warped beyond any normal human emotions he's ever seen. Nedzu quickly takes stock of Kiyama's state and more rage fills his blood as tears are freely falling down her face. Inko Midoriya was someone that has a weak emotional-based quirk that helps amplify the strongest emotion one is having at the moment. This didn't make sense though because Inko Midoriya has just used her quirk to make one of his employees feel incredible amounts of fear when Kiyama would feel nothing but anger at this moment. She should not be crying and trembling at the torturous memories of her past. The woman seems to have gained some control over her disgusting emotions as her face falls a bit more relaxed into fake joy instead of what she had a moment ago. Oh! Onetsu is also here. That is just... Nedzu can see the struggle on her face as she tries to look normal and not full of rage at seeing him. Both of these people just seem to despise his presence. That is just great. Kiyama starts to go down the stairs more to get away from the one that could apparently easily trigger her flashbacks, and he swiftly pushes the button in his vest that will inform the police to come in, not the one for the heroes outside. They should already be dealing with Hisashi. The other pros need to make sure Hisashi doesn't run, but they will help when they can. Nedzu climbs the stairs and passes Kiyama so that she can deal with Hisashi if he is still there. She could easily just fill the first floor with so much sleeping gas that it could take hours to air out. Hello Midoriya Inko. It seems for some strange reason, you used your quirk on one of my staff and a pro hero. You also seem to just continue to make more and more idiotic mistakes. He lets the words hiss out as he sneers at her, teeth fully on display. Inko looks to be still trying to come off as a nice and overly happy mother, but it's quickly falling with him in front of her. Well, that woman was threatening my precious baby boy. Do you expect me to just stand by and let a supposed hero do that? Inko looked at him with barely hidden crazed light in her eyes as she stepped down one step. I'm trying to protect my one and only baby boy and you both seem to just want the worst for him. Nedzu watched on as this, possibly manipulated, woman tries to apparently protect her young and doing a sheet job at it. If she's been manipulated and maybe if he can reason with her. Ma'am, how are you protecting your son right now so I don't get in your way? We only want what's best for young Midoriya. He needs to get to young Izuku, but if he can get out of a situation without hurting someone, that is the best option. Nezu can only smell a little bit of fresh blood, what one would have from a paper cut or a little bit more like a scrape. What he said somehow caught the attention of Inko, and she looked back to the room behind her real quick. He's gotten wings because of that quirk, he's gotten feathers because of that quirk. That's not how he normally is, and it will hurt him in the long run. Inko Midoriya said matter-of-factly, like it was common knowledge such as the sky is blue or the sun makes light. This honestly put Nezu off a little. What does she mean this will only hurt him in the long run? That doesn't make sense. Yes, there are hate groups and hate crimes, but it is being regulated the best it can with how the HPSC is running things right now, a sheet way of running things too. What really needs to happen is a reform or a teardown, but no one wants to admit that out loud besides some small groups. I need to make sure my baby won't be hurt by all those feathers and talons and wings and Inko Midoriya took a gulp as she stared him down, but he thinks he understands her line of thinking now. Everything she is saying. Every point made. He can see it clearly by all the things she pointed out. Nezu's fur stands on end. It was a lost cause from the start to try and talk to her. You only pointed out all of his mutations, Inko Midoriya. You are being incredibly quirkiest and severely discriminative toward mutations in general. Nezu walked up one step as he continued. Your son was affected by a quirk that has given him a Birdprey mutation. Yes, that is true. He sends her a hard glare as he goes up some more steps, her face trying desperately to stay neutral when it wants to set into a scowl. That was not all that I found when looking into the quirk, and I think you know exactly where I am going with this. Nezu suddenly felt a spike of fear, but he now understands how Inko Midoriya's quirk truly works, and it won't work on him, not right now. He feels no fear, fright, or any type of negative emotion that would hurt him besides his anger. I've looked at all of Izuku's medical records, every single one of them. He growled out as he slowly stalked up the steps. After Inko Midoriya noticed her quirk wasn't having an effect on him, a sudden look of concern fell on her face. I looked at all of them, all the way until he was a baby, how he miraculously lost all of his born with bird mutations. How it seemed to just skip 5 years until it was time to diagnose his quirk. He was slowly making his way up the steps as Inko finally got to the 3rd floor flat. How little you actually took him to the doctors. How every time you took him looked to have fought off a villain twice his size, but all of the staff most likely looked the other way once they read the false words of quirkless on his file. Nezu is slightly shocked by the surge of anger that seemed to wash over the woman. My son is quirkless. He was never born with those disgusting things attached to him. Inko yelled out, and Nezu swore he felt the house shake a little at the volume. When he was born, he wasn't supposed to be a monster. He was supposed to be my baby human boy, not something that flies in the skies. So you did it on purpose, not just your husband, you were also in on it as well. He said, but it sounded like a whisper after Inko Midoriya yelled that loud. Nezu's face was devoid of emotion as stared down at the real monster in front of him. How someone could do that. Inko just looked like she finally lost her last fight of holding back her quirkiest and honestly disturbing thoughts. Fine, you stupid wild animal. We did it. I saw one look at that disgusting thing that crawled out of me and realized that I birthed a monster. Animal that should have been thrown to the curb and run over. I was all for killing that thing that came out of me, but my darling husband, a man that was able to remove and leave behind his monstrous form, told me we could fix him like he fixed himself. My baby could be human with just a little bit of work, and I would only have to see my baby struggle with walking without those awful tail feathers and inhuman feet, if you could even call them that. Nezu almost couldn't believe that this was the woman that gave birth to Izuku. In no way do they act alike or even hold anything close to the same ideals. He of course knew that humans were sometimes the most putrid and disturbing things that nature has ever had the displeasure of making. He only gave those close to him a pass and tried his best to be neutral with everyone else, but in these moments only an omnipotent being would be able to understand why he didn't try to tear everything humans have ever made down to the ground. I made him better. I made him human, but I did have to file down his weapons, those gross long black talons. I would go so far back that thing would bleed sometimes. Me and Hisashi made sure that he was able to hold back his noises that he made, the things that made him an animal, and we were left with the perfect, most obedient child that just wanted to save everyone and everything but himself. Inko Midoriya seemed to be going into an intelligent ramble after holding all this information in for so long, and the look in her eyes screamed with joy just talking about making her own flesh and blood bleed. Nedzu has had enough. He didn't need to hear more of this delusional talk. I am the perfect mother that made sure her one and only precious baby boy could be hum-dash. He was able to find the most effective way of getting up to the woman by running on all fours. It seemed she lose to even react quick enough to stop him. Nedzu was already by her feet as he jumped up and kicked off the wall to get closer to her head. Inko was able to throw her hands in front of her face, but not fast enough to not stop herself from falling backwards. I think I've heard ample amount of evidence spill from your cruel lips to put you away until you rot. He was now in the position to look down at the woman that hurt one of his students pack a cub as she cowered back looking around, most likely for a weapon or her partner. How dare an wild animal like you hurt me? Her face fell as more anger left her as Nedzu is sure she finally realized that no help was coming for her. It was in moments like these that Nedzu was so happy that he chose not to use any knockout gas for his support items. Whenever he is able to fight head-on, he always wants to cause the most amount of damage he can on these things that act like good normal humans. Inko Midoriya shot her hands up again as he brought out his miniature metal baton. Not wasting any more time, Nedzu slammed the blunt weapon down on her head with enough force that it should knock her out and give her a nice concussion. That will make it harder for her to escape and make sure that if she did get up again others could make sure she gets slapped around a bit at least. Nedzu's eyes were cold and emotionless, looking at the excuse for a human slumped down to the floor after finally passing out. He swiftly schooled his expression after hearing a whimper from the farthest door down the hall, the only one closed out of the three up here. Nedzu still needed to get Izuku to safety and make sure his wounds weren't that bad. Izuku's wings ached and his arms stung. He was swimming in terror after his mother left the room. She was whispering to him as that dark green light flooded the room again, saying how if he's not quite for what every guest is in the house, she would be getting his wings off faster than what she was doing. Mother had been plucking out feather after feather, one by one, and if he so much as made a peep or any noise, she would put a light cut on his arm to remind him to shut up. He needed to be quiet, needed to be a good normal boy and become a normal boy again even though he didn't want to. Izuku didn't want his wings taken from him when he got the ability to fly away from all this, to soar through the sky away from all the responsibility of being a normal human boy. He was finally comfortable in his own skin. He was actually happy about getting his wings after not thinking about how inhuman they are. He was overjoyed, but his parents wanted them gone in 2 days at least, and mother said she would show him how much his wings could put him in pain. He should have listened to his mother and chopped these things off as soon as he saw them. After shivering in the corner of the room, Izuku heard the distinct voice of Nedzu yelling the civilian name of Midnight Sensei. Why would he be here? Did he approve of what his parents did because he was even too disgusting to the literal animal with a quirk? Soon the walls of his room shook with his mother yelling about how awful he was, how much she wanted to kill him as soon as she looked at him. How it had been the saving grace of his father that let him live because he used to be a monster too. Izuku knew that his mother and father looked at him like scum any time he slipped up, as if he should have been shoved into a cage and shipped off to a pound. His father was always a little more relaxed about those things for him, but his mother has always punished how he acted, and after she told him it was their decision to get rid of the abomination that laid on his back. Tears pricked his eyes as the noise got too much for his sensitive hearing. He remembers how his hearing used to be when he was young but slowly got worse after mother screeched in his ears every day. How he used to have amazing eyesight but they quickly got worse and went back around the normal average after mother forced him to wear glasses or forced him to look into bright lights for hours on. Now Izuku could see every single detail of this awful room that he wished that she took away his sight fully. The yelling finally stopped and a thump was heard. Nedzu sounded weird. This voice while talking to his mother through the door was full of growls, so much so that it was hard to distinguish what he was saying. After no time at all Izuku heard another thump and it went quiet. It was deathly quiet as he hoped Nezu would be nice. He wanted Mama. Izuku was supposed to be with Mama, and Mama was supposed to open the door to this nightmarish room. A warbled whimper left his mouth for only a split second, and then footsteps were headed to his room. Nanananananan, was it actually Mother that got Nezu first? He has too many fears and traumas. Mother would have found a way to use them. She of course would have found a way to get rid of a hero. That was just what Mother said the first time he got so close asking for help from a hero. When finally he did ask for help, the hero looked the other way quicker than someone could say flock after he heard quirkless. Not quirkless, 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 not quirkless. They took it from him. Izuku let out a little inhuman shriek when the door to his room opened slowly, not painfully slow but still slow. He was trying to force himself to be quiet, he really did. He just wanted Mama, and Mama would keep him safe. He just needed to hold on a little longer until Mama came and took him away. Izuku knew this place was bad. He knew, but they said that he needed to learn how to be a good normal boy, but he doesn't want that anymore. He doesn't want to be a good normal boy anymore when he can finally be Mama's little hatchling. He can be Aizawa's sensei's student, Mike sensei's favorite student to call on in English. He can be the reason to get Midnight Sensei to laugh at his innocence. He can be headache-inducing student Ecto-sensei talked about with Aizawa-sensei when they thought he wasn't listening in. Izuku wanted his Mama and the place that became home so fast that it was dizzying and made him nauseous just thinking about going back to the place he slept at night. Izuku. His eyes shot open, wondering when he closed them, looking straight at Nezu. Nezu, that wasn't Mother. Nezu was crouching on the floor trying his best at being small and calm when Izuku could see his fur was high up. He can't tell what emotion is making his fur stand on end, but Izuku knows one thing. WW sniff W want Mama. Nezu gave him a nice and warm smile. He could tell it wasn't meant to make him scared. It was like he was trying to copy how Mike Sensei smiled. Of course I can take you re-dash. Izuku gulped as he just cut off an adult, something that normal good boys show. Okay, would you like me to see if I can get him here? He felt his bottom lip wobble at the words and he shook his head up and down as fast as he could. He didn't want to move, he didn't want to leave even if it pained him to be in this room. Izuku didn't want to see what was happening downstairs. He could hear so much noise, he could tell so much was happening, and he didn't want Father to scoop him away in the mess. I'll try to get Hawks here as fast as I can. Nezu went to stand up, but Izuku shot his hand out to grab his sleeve from behind his wings. He was given a look of confusion. Izuku didn't want to be alone. Don't. No? Then no, I'll cough all alone, please. He gave his best pleading eyes. Izuku can't stand waiting alone in this room, anything but waiting alone in this room. He finally has something else to focus on instead of all the memories in this place. After what felt like ages, Nezu sat down on the floor within arm's reach and gave him a knowing smile. It held so much understanding that Izuku might have thought Nezu knew how he felt. Yes, little one. I can stay right here while I call for him. Nezu's eyes went down to Izuku's hand that was still tightly gripping his sleeve. He felt the principal's eyes back on him in seconds as he tried his best to let go. He did, he really tried, but his hand just wouldn't work, and he can see how his inhuman talons are ripping it up and how that was what bad boys did, and he knew how to be a good boy. He wanted to, needed to be a good normal boy. It's okay, Izuku. You can hold on to me like this for as long as you want, I'm not going anywhere. Nezu then put his attention to his phone as Izuku sat there in his wings in shock. His principal didn't mind him messing up his shirt and actually encouraged it. Well, Nezu didn't encourage him per se, but that was the closest he has ever been given to someone reacting positively to his inhuman quirks. Not his quirk, not his mutation, because everyone thought he was quirkless. Izuku even thought himself quirkless until Mother came to him and called him a demon child that was able to get back his abominations. Nezu was the only one. Izuku stared at his animal principal as he called someone to get his mama here. He watched as the animal that has a quirk helped him more than any normal human ever has. He watched as his newly dubbed flock member that just doesn't know it yet called his mama like what a good flock member is supposed to do. He doesn't know why he knows this is how flock members are supposed to act, but he can tell that it's right. Hizashi was comfortably sitting on a chair that was extremely close to the bed his show was on, plus Hawks. The number 3 young pro hero was currently splayed across his husband and bottom half laying across his lap. It was precarious, but it seemed to work just fine for the moment. Sho was somewhat asleep, somewhat not asleep because that's just how he is, but it's also the fact that after learning about his student that risked his life to save him is most likely 100% being abused at home and he can't go along is just eating him up on the inside. Hizashi understands how his tired cat wants to be there for his problem child, which will probably become his real problem child. But what would the little guy think after his teacher went after him in this condition? He can barely move his arms, let alone his legs. The poor Ias will probably make it seem like his own fault in his mind, and they can't have that. Hizashi was currently on his phone looking at his Twitter page. It's shocking how long this website has been running. He's scrolling through his alt and he's just so effing tempted to post the pictures he took of Hawks and Sho. Sho would kill him, even though no one knows what he looks like, and even if they did they can't tell with all the bandages on his face. Hizashi would also make sure his face was covered and try to find a way to edit out Hawk's wings. He can do that, thinks. The train of thought was quickly derailed by his phone suddenly ringing. Hizashi quickly turns off his sound and looks over to the two that should be asleep and is welcomed with a very familiar glare. Really? Hizashi looks down as he should have turned off his sound by now because he knows how Shoyuta wakes up really easily, but he just forgot. He flashes some kitten eyes at him and gets a sigh in return. I don't really care about my sleep. Shut up, you know I never sleep right to begin with, and that's not going to change just because I'm in the hospital. Sho said matter-of-factly, keeping his voice closer to a whisper. They both froze when Hawk started to shift around a bit, but luckily he didn't wake up. They then had twice the luck as Hawks let out a sleepy, quiet, and very cute trill as he nuzzled his head further into Sho's chest. It just warmed Hizashi's heart and made him want to squeal with just how cute that FNG was. Zashi, I swear to God. You better stay quiet, but back on topic. Sho talked after Hawks stopped moving completely. Hawks has been, to my knowledge, not sleeping. Like at all. I know that it's not weird to see a pro go at least one day without sleep, but he's still young Zashi. He was about to open his mouth to comment on how much of a dad his husband is at times, but was shut up by the soft and slightly hurt-sounding voice. Zash. He's only 22. No one knows anything about him, name, family, past, his life in general. He's always working non-stop, and not to mention the fact that how many pros think he was trained by the commission. He doesn't hide, and if you asked he would say he was trained by them, but that's it. Why do we know nothing of him, Zash? FING nothing. After those last words left Shuta's mouth, he looked up to the ceiling, and Hizashi knows he's right. The youngest to ever go pro and then rise the ranks that fast, that goes beyond any training he's ever seen. Hizashi shacked his head a bit and looked down to his phone and noticed he had a missed call from Nezu. Hizashi quickly picked up the phone as he lowered his volume once again, but this time for calls. He quickly started to talk, but only in a hushed voice. I am so sorry. Oh God, I didn't mean to do that. I was talking to Sho and Hawks is passed out on his and it's really fucking cute. Oh my God, it's so cute, but no back. Oh track, I'm sorry, I should have picked up the first time. Nadash, a light-hearted, hopefully it's light-hearted, cackle was heard from the other end but was swiftly cut off. Oh, I'm sorry for laughing, Yamada. It's just that caught me off guard and learning how the Midoriya parents think. It's just been a bit too much to digest, and I think since I'm looking after Izuku at the moment, I'm holding off all the things I've learned in favor of keeping him calm. Hizashi blinked a few times but looked over to Shoyuta with wide eyes. It seems he also heard what Nezu just said as he looks to be trying to think of a way to get the F out of his bed. Why haven't you got someone else to look over him yet? I know you don't deal with emotions all that well. You wouldn't be willing to do this to yourself. He shot a half-hearted glare to show so he stops trying to move around. They shouldn't be waking Hawks up at the moment. Yes, Yamada, you are more than right. I am, at the moment, stuck here by my own choice as young Izuku seems to have his hands stuck in a grasp on my shirt sleeve. Nedzu sounded bright and cheery, but Hisashi and Sho both know how he folds under the pressure of complicated emotions. He can deal with them, yes, but helping fix them is a no-go. Nedzu follows the book too much when it comes to those, and there are so many conclusions to trauma that it's extremely hard to find what trauma response the person will have to a situation. Now, if Nedzu knows the person personally and in depth enough, he doesn't have to worry about that because he would already have the most common route someone will react with. That sometimes still doesn't work because again trauma response can sometimes just be so different from the person themselves. He does know how to handle basically all of the staff because we all see him as extremely safe, so we go to him when we feel like everything and everyone is dangerous. There were some times when both him and Sho would have memories of Oboro, replacing him with others they knew and seeing them die instead or with him. One time both of them thought Nedzu died in their dreams that they both refused to leave his office or the room he was in, following him around like ducklings all the while or until they finally calmed down enough. Nedzu just knows how all the staff will act on any occasions. He made sure to know so everyone is safe and happy. That is one of the main ways to tell he actually cares about you. It's okay, Nedzu, just think about how Hawks treated him and try to use that as a base. Hisashi was slowly trying to lift Hawks' legs off his lap, but he will most likely wake up after this. Izuku has stated that he will be able to let me go after Hawks gets here, most likely to help calm him down more. He's jumping and getting ready to attack at any noise he hears, and there is a lot of noise happening right now. He can hear the slight strain in the happy tone. Hisashi needs to get over to that hellhole since yesterday. Hisashi quickly gave his acknowledgement and hung up the phone. He really hopes that Nedzu will be okay without having the phone on the whole time. He needs to wake up the dangerous bird. Hisashi, please get him off me first before you try to wake him up, and he jerks around a whole sheet ton. Zashi chuckled a little as he was able to lift Hawk's legs off of him, but now he just has his arms full of Hawk's legs. He slowly got up and moved a little away from his seat while keeping Hawk's legs in relevantly the same place. Hisashi then looked over to Shoyuta with a desperate look in his eyes. I don't know. Just pick him up. He gave his husband a deadpan look as he tried to think of a different thing to do. Hisashi sighed as he slowly put Hawk's legs down to the floor and then got as close as he could to his ears. Hawks, we need to get up. He lightly shook the young pro's shoulder while talking in a calm but normal volume voice. Hawks hummed a bit but besides that stayed asleep. Sho huffed out some air in amusement but he just ignored him. Hisashi really needs to wake Hawks up but he can't make him jolt up and hurt Sho by mistake. After a minute or so Hawks slowly roused and rubbed his eyes a little. It was extremely cute with his bedhead. God, he's taking a picture. After Hawks forces himself to get off Sho and sit on the floor looking a little out of it, Hisashi decided it was best to tell him as soon as possible. Hawks, hey bud. Can you hear what I'm saying, or is it a little fuzz 'cause you were asleep for a bit there? He got a short but sloppy nod back as Hawks slightly stretched his wings. This is going to put you on edge and you are probably going to shoot out of here as soon as I'm done talking, but you need to listen till the end, okay? That seemed to make Hawks wake a little more, but he was obviously still blurry eyes from just waking up. Well, he's about to be up and flying in the sky real soon. The address for Izuku's house is, and Nedzu is currently keeping your chick calm as he waits for you to pick him. You, Hawks? Hawks was quick to pick him up and ran to the door. I guess I'll see you when we come back, Sho? Hawks just exited Sho's room and was heading down the hallway with great speed when he screamed back to the bed-trapped man. Hawks made quick work of the stairs by jumping into the middle of the stairwell and fell straight to the first floor. Hisashi really hopes Shoyuta explains what's happening or the hero ward might call out a not medically sound-minded Hawks warning. It's true, but it's not what exactly is happening because apparently he is able to calm down both birds of prey. He has no idea how he does it, but it's very helpful at the moment. There was yelling when Hawks busted out of the doors, and as soon as the little roof wasn't in his way, they shot into the sky. Hisashi screamed but laughed hysterically at the fact of suddenly being so high in the sky. He desperately gripped onto Hawks as they continued to fly at top speed. God, was this what he dealt with flying all the time? He had to keep his eyes closed most of the time they were on their way to the Midoriya residence. They started to slow down a little and Hisashi was finally able to open his eyes to look around them. They seemed to be near where the Midoriya house was because of how far spread apart the homes were getting. The lights from the houses helped a whole lot too. It was getting pretty dark outside with the moon only being a crescent. He looked up to see how Hawks was even able to fly with all this wind. With how close he was to the young pro's face, he could clearly see a layer of something over his eyes. That was so unfair. Hawks can just do what he's doing and boom. Whipping wind, no problem. Hisashi was soon able to hear sirens from police cars and the flashing lights. Hawks made a quick dive boom which got a quirk-enhanced yell out of him because of how sudden it was. They now had all eyes on them as they landed on the outside ring of police cars. Hawks, I said. The young pro spared no time to let him stand on his own but was soon dragging him into the house by his hand. That you should have waited till I was done talking. I'm glad I gave the address first now. Hawks made his way to the door, officers backing off as the screaming from some women in the distance could be heard. ID what I had to do to make sure that monster was a hum dash. Hisashi couldn't hear the rest as they both went further into the house, Hawks ignoring everyone as if they didn't exist at all. Yama, hey, do you need Rocklock to get some medics or are you sure you're okay? He was able to hear Tensei talking as they finally started to go up the stairs. Hisashi didn't even know he was in the area. His head whipped around quick enough to catch a glimpse of Nem sitting on the ground as Ten helped her with something. Rocklock seemed to be standing further away with an angry look in his eyes. All too soon his view is cut off as they both start climbing the stairs to the third floor, where he was told Izuku was being held. Hawks didn't know this or well wasn't told this, but he must be able to tell exactly where his little one is. He started to get more and more scared because yes, Nedzu was able to calm down a Hawks that didn't have his new marked chick near him, but now Izuku will be right beside someone Hawks hasn't specifically said or shown that they were part of flock. He might have to redirect Hawks' attention to Izuku and him and only Izuku and him. They both soon made it to the top floor and Hawks beeline to the open door at the end of the hall. Izuku and Nedzu weren't in sight from the open door, so they might be sitting closer to the wall, but he also couldn't see a bed either. He hoped the kid had a bed in there. Hawks went into a sprint with the open door in sight and Hisashi's view was blocked as the pro's wings opened up a bit and puffed out. He tripped at the entrance, but Hawks finally let go of his hand and leaped into the direction of what he can only guess Izuku was in. Hisashi's ears were filled with a loud squawk human mixed scream as he watched red wings wrap around something. They actually got to him. He's safe. And he's still holding onto Nedzu's sleeve. He's really tired. How long has it been since he slept this well? Too long to remember apparently. He rubbed his eyes and tried to listen to whatever was being said near him. Something, can he hear them or whatever? Hawks nodded his head the best he could. Wasn't he with his marked one's flock? He stretched out his wings a bit, wanting to fly. Wanting his fledgling. Hatchley, this is going to put you on edge and you are probably going to shoot out of here as soon as I'm done talking, but you need to listen till the end, okay? That was the yellow one. He remembers the name Zashi being thrown around a bunch in his haze of yesterday. Hawks sat up a little straighter. This could be important. Maybe the quirk finally wore off, or the chick felt more safe with his parents. Not parents. He blinked a few times as Zashi. Hisashi? Started talking. The address for Izuku's house is, oh, why is Hisashi telling him where his hatchling lives? He's not allowed to go there, but God, is it hard to try not going over there? Why did he tell me? And Nedzu is currently keep your chick calm as he waits for you to pick him. You, Hawks? He didn't care anymore and Hisashi said to listen to all he had to say till the end. He can listen all the way to the end. If he's carrying Zashi and they are also part of Izuku's flock, he needs to come with. Hawks quickly put Hisashi into a bridal carry because that was the easiest one to use at the moment. He might just hold him by his arms if he keeps squirming. He swiftly got to the door and also got yelled in the ear by the blonde man. I guess I'll see you when we come back, show? He ignores the ringing in his ear as he starts to make his way down the hallway. Hawks thinks he hears show, "No Shoyuta," yell something. Well, he didn't yell, but Hawks could hear something like, "Change should go to but God-dmed walls apparently fight now," or something close to that. It was hard to hear with how far he was, and with Hizashi being loud that wasn't helping. As soon as he was faced with the stairs, he jumped over the railing and tucked his wings in tight so they wouldn't clip on anything going down to the first floor. Hawks needs to fly right now. Getting an injury would make him slow. Fledgling. He thinks he can hear some noise from where he jumped, about a hero mentally unstable getting loose. Hope they can handle that, because if not and they hurt his nestling when they get back, he'll fang kill them. Hawks burst into the waiting room and practically flew to the outdoors, and made quick work to jump into the sky. The blonde he was carrying started to scream but laugh at the same time, wind blowing in his ears as he didn't have his headphones on. It was a little hard to hear, but with how close Hizashi was, it sounded somewhat like a normal talking level of noise. Hawks felt hands grip his shoulders and jacket. He hadn't taken off because the fledgling used it once and it smelled like him, for dear life. As if Hawks would drop a flock member out of the sky, he never would, never. He flew as fast as he could in the direction that would be his nestling's home prison. He needs his chick, his fledgling, nestling, marked one. Hawks saw some flashing lights in the far distance and slowed down a bit, hurting his ankle when landing would be dumb. He looked down for a brief moment to make sure Hizashi was okay, needed to stay awake, needed to stay focused and think, and had to think, not just act on instinct. The blonde seemed to be trying to see where they were, almost to his fledgling. It's dark out but not too bad. The lights help guide him to his marked one faster. He tried to stay calm, but soon he was making a dive boom to where they were going to land. Hawks learned why he shouldn't have done that quickly after the grounded flock mates started to scream with their quirk. Hawks saw every head turn their way as he landed, trying his best not to look weak as it felt like his ears were bleeding slightly. "Hawks," I said. It didn't matter what his flock mates said right now, they were close to fledgling. He started to pull on Hizashi's arm in the direction he could smell his baby bird, and they made quick work to disturbing house. "This place smells wrong, cold and dead. That you should have waited till I was done talking. I'm glad I gave the address first now." Hawks is also glad his flock mate said the address first, or else he would have had to ask while they were in the sky. He got to the door and the feeling of wrong was so strong, his marked one was being trapped in this place. I did what I had to do to make sure that monster was human again. I did what any mother would have done for their baby. Hawks ignores the yelling from the snake. That first took away his hatchling. He can maim her latter, fledgling first, always first. They were already in this disgusting den already, no point to go back and claw her face off now. It was slightly annoying that he was picking up so many different conversations, but that doesn't matter. "Kiyama, hey, do you need Rocklock to get some medics, or are you sure you're okay?" Someone was talking to another person that was affected by that snake in human skin. Hawks can eat snakes. He made work or moved around anyone he had to so he could get to the stairs in record time. How did she do that? I just suddenly couldn't feel anything but fear. A female's voice carries into his ears, but he's already part way up the stairs. He pulls his flock mate past the second floor of the den. He can smell his fledgling's nest area, but that's not where he blood. Hawks started to go up the stairs faster at the heavy scent of iron in the air. Fledgling, marked one. When he finally made it to the final level of this disgusting smelling den, a single door was open. Izuku. He sprints to the door and his wings fluttered open at the thought of finally being able to see his baby bird, fledgling, nestling, hatchling, marked one. Hawks felt a slight tug from his flock mate that he was dragging all the way here, but let go because they must want to be able to walk on their own again. He sees him, fledgling. Hawks screams a parental call at his little hurt fledgling as he flings his arms and wings around him. He can hear it, a tiny, quiet call back. Hawks makes another call, needing that call back. He needs it. And he gets it, louder this time. He feels wet streaks on his face, but he doesn't care. Fledgling is here, fledgling is safe now, marked one is back now. He can feel the trembling in his baby bird and hold him tighter, more secure, more real. And mama sniff mama. Hawk's ears were filled with the most beautiful sound of bird calls mixed with crying, his fledgling calls, and he quickly responded back to, "Mama." "Mama, I cough cough hard sniff I tried to. Hawks calls back, running his hand through his fledgling hair, fixing the feathers that have gone astray. "It's okay, it's fine and you're safe now because Mama is here." His heart hurts at the thought of his marked one waking up to see all of this. This prison room when he was right by his side only a moment ago. She cam me instead. Am I whying's mama? Hawks goes stiff as he moves his hands to his nestling's wings. Wings that couldn't even be used yet because they have no muscle yet but I'm going to make them forget what sold food tastes like. He said in a dark voice as his hands roam over spots on his nestling's wings that are missing feathers, and then his heat stops when he can't find his baby bird's flight feathers. They'll grow back, 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 they'll grow back. Hawks slowly turned to the rat. No, his chick is holding on to his sleeve for support and he also helped him early today, new flock mate. I am going to make them miss the sight they have been allowed to have. They don't need it anymore. His new burrow-making flock mate looked at him with hidden fear. He didn't mean for that to happen. They looked at him with their inhuman face, one perfect to help protect his fledgling, smile that is not meant for them spread across their snout. I'm sorry, Hawks. You know you can't. A breeze of anger gets added to the hurricane of emotions that are flying through him. Why, Hawks? His head snaps over to his blonde grounded flock mate, scoots closer to him. Hawks tenses a little but not much. They wouldn't hurt his nestling. I think what Nedzu is trying to say. Blonde flock mate's eyes zip over to white furred flock mates before looking him in the eyes. Is this a challenge of positions? Isn't he older than me? Also white furred is older than both of them, elder and parental. Is that your little chick comes first now, right? Is Mama, no, he already had one. No one can replace his sire. This could be just his papa. His papa looks over at the elder with somewhat of a sad look on his face. Right, Nedzu, Hawks needs to look after his fledgling and get back to the hospital with me. He still needs to be checked out. A jolt went through his system at the thought of him pushing his nestling's injuries to the side just so he could feel better about himself. Hawk's head whips down to his little marked one in his arms and wings, still holding onto the elder's sleeve. A bullet of pain blew through his heart at the sight of his fledgling arms. There were cuts all over them, from him probably trying to stop that snake from taking his flight feathers plus the rest. The cuts weren't deep but they were there and also slowly dripping out blood. He felt lost at what he should do. His marked one wanted to hold onto the elder because he was the one that saved him first. Hawks just can't pull his hands off of Hi. Hawks, I can help him let go of Nedzu's sleeve if you need help. His eyes landed on the arms of his papa, slowly advancing his hands towards his hatchling's hands gripping onto. Hawk's eyes were still wide with worry as he slightly nodded his head, watching the whole time as hands gently worked to let go of the sleeve. After the sleeve was finally let go, his marked one grabbed onto his papa. Of course Izuku would. Oh, well, it looks like you really are going back with them, Yamada. Nedzu said in what seemed like a strained voice. He wonders what's wrong with his new flock elder. Hawks looked in between both of his flock mates. He wanted both of them to come back with him and his fledgling, especially with the hurt flock mate hurt back at the temporary nest. Yeah, I guess you're right. I would have went back anyways because Sho would kill me if I stayed. Can't the flock elder come back with us too? Hawks looks at both of them after they finally look at him and he notices how both of them freeze. Did he say something wrong? Shouldn't a flock stay together with what all has happened with them, and also the fact now they two injured flock mates and one is the youngest? They need to be grouped up so they stay more safe. Papa put his head up slowly with a shaky but kind smile on his face. No, Hawks, Nenetza needs to stay here and make sure the people that took your little chick don't do it again. Hawks was able to feel his wings puff up a bit in a defensive state, that lizard and snake won't come back. They won't come back if an elder deals with them. He shot his eyes to the elder and got a small nod in return. I will make sure they can't escape even if they try, Hawks. You have labeled me the elder, and as the elder, I will make sure they can never do this again to anyone else, let alone us, ever again. A dark and feral smile spreads across the snout of the elder. It promises pain, and that is enough for Hawks. He gave a nod and looked back to his papa, waiting for how they can go back to the healing room with the other hurt flock mate. Aren't papa and that black-haired flock mate together? Would that mean he's his dad? Dada? Pa? No, too close to papa. He'll think of one later, if he has two. Is there a way to get us back to the hospital all together? His papa looked back over to the elder, who looked to be thinking about the question he was just asked. Hawks decided it was the best idea to position his chick so it was easier to carry. He'd be able to carry him better on his hip than just in his arms. Hawks, will you be able to go into a car that has someone I trust driving it? He looked back over to the elder of the flock and thought for a few seconds. It would be someone elder trusts to keep them safe and also not to do anything bad to them. Even if they do, he could just deal with them quick enough. Hawks nodded his head because he was sure that no one would be able to live long enough to do anything bad to them. He can trust the elder. After some quick last-minute decisions, like if the elder was really okay with staying behind and if his chick wanted anything from his nesting room, they had to run by the fledgling room to grab a few comfort items, including a worn Hawk stuffy that didn't make his heart want to explode, not at all, an old picture of him and his childhood friend, and his most recent notebook. He wanted to take all of them, but they were way too much to carry back, but the grounded white-furred elder said that he would make sure no one touched them. Finally, after all that, they were heading back to their temporary nest area where their last hurt flock mate is staying. Hawks didn't mind sitting in the back with his nestling the whole time while his papa sat in the front. It was a bit hard with wings, but they made it work. While they were all making their way back, Hawks spent all his time calming down his marked one, slowly making them fall asleep but also notifying him how hungry he was. That goddamn lizard and snake must have not fed them, but honestly he's glad they didn't, because they might have tried to force-feed him something that wouldn't help at all. When they finally made it back to where they were before, a hospital, Hawks made quick work to pick up the sleeping hatchling and carry him inside. His poor grounded papa had to handle something with the person behind the desk, but Hawks didn't care. He just made his way to the room of the injured Flo Dash. Shoyuta's at. He blinked a few more times than necessary, shaking his head a bit as he made it to the hospital room door, Shuta's room. Hawks opened the door and was greeted with a grunt, and he felt intense eyes on him and his chick. He let a soft smile lay on his face as he went to the couch and pulled off the cushions. The fledgling is fine, his cuts aren't that deep and can heal without bandages. Feathers will grow back. Hawks rearranged the cushions on the floor so that they had a 4x4 square. Izuku will most likely wake up soon anyways because those FS didn't feed him, but that's okay. It's okay and fine. Netsu is going to fix it. I'm also pretty sure Pap Hizashi is going to bring a mountain of blankets and also have a nurse bring my nestling food. He finished fixing the meager nest with blankets they left from when he migrated to this room where their hurt flock mate was. He gently placed his nestling down in the half-finished nest so he can have two hands to work with. Feathers helped, but they weren't as precise as hands. Hawks traveled to the other side of the room so he could grab a black bag of something that smelled like both his papa. Hizashi and Shoyuta. What are you doing? He paid no mind to Shoyuta stuck in the bed as he went back to fixing the nest to make it more homely. He thinks he heard an annoyed huff but kept at it. Not much time passed and Hizashi entered the room with his arms full of blankets. I got more nest materials for ya. I knew you asked for them last time and they gave the ones you used before and some more. The blonde walked in and put his pile on the outside of the nest. Nice of him, and then, they shouldn't be here. A hiss left Hawk's mouth at the sight of a nurse he didn't allow near his chick entered with more blankets and what looked like pillows. Hizashi quickly got the message and grabbed all the things they had and shooed them out of the room. Good. Hawks goes back to making the nest that Hizashi and his fledgling will use with him. It's right beside the bed on the right-hand side, so Hizashi can be by his partner more and so Hawks can be the closest one to the door. Why you seem a lot calmer. He hummed in agreement as he continued to make the nest the right size and shape, making sure it was fluffy and just right. A gruff voice soon joined in. It wavered some bit from overuse. Yeah, you seem really relaxed. Unlike before, and from what I heard you weren't like this before they took him either. Hawks finally finished the nest and smiled at it proudly before looking at Shoyuta. I think it's because Flock. He quickly pointed at the two of them, feeling safe and happy with the fact it's not just his nestling and him now. He didn't notice the smug look Hizashi gave Shoyuta as he repositioned his nestling so his wings won't be cramped up when he woke up. Hawks then swiftly stood up and walked over to Hizashi and grabbed his arm, yanking him to the nest. Woo wait, I didn't think you am I allowed? Hawks didn't pay him no mind as he pushed him into his place in the nest, right besides the beds. It would have him in arm's reach of Shoyuta and also made sure another strong one was in front and behind those that needed to be protected the most. Your spot. Hawks simply said, then getting comfortable in his spot, they will help him protect the flock. His wings splayed out so it was over the hatchling and also able to go over Pa Hizashi if he wanted it. Poor Papa didn't have wings himself, he was grounded forever. I think he adopted us first, Shoyuta. Aizawa watched as his loud blonde husband was carried out of this room by a shorter flying blonde. What has his life come to? He sighed out loud as he let his head sink into the pillow behind it. He wanted to get up and follow them, but Zashi thought more since the last time he tried to get up out of bed. His legs were in full casts, but that wasn't it. His leg was also cuffed to the bed. Aizawa couldn't get up if he tried, and he tried earlier that day, with no luck. He sat quietly as he started to hear yelling about a hero that was still mentally unstable got loose. Aizawa wonders if they will check in with him first before sending out a warning watch. He can't exactly hit the call nurse button with his arms plus hands covered in casts as well. He was really tired. Maybe he should take a nap and wait till they come back. No, this anxiety about how the problem chick would keep him up anyways. Aizawa looked over at his door as nurses ran by, probably looking to see if anyone was hurt by the rampaging Hawks. Itui. His voice felt like sheet, since the FNG brick wall called FNG Nomu, and now he needs to go to speech therapy. It's a bunch of bullshit. After doing this a few more times, a nurse stops and actually looks into his room with a questioning and concerned look. Aizawa just rolled his eyes. They forgot he was in here, didn't they? Hawks just went to get his IS. The male nurse just blinked back at him as if he was stupid. He's not stupid no matter how much he is wrapped up right now. Nedzu called Present Mike to get him down to the Midoriya household. He told him that his chick needed him to leave, but I bet Hawks will be back soon. The nurse seemed to finally understand his words, like he translated the Japanese to English or something. They do look a bit like an American. Oh, thank you, Sir Yum. He looked at the nameplate that is beside his door. It can easily get changed out with other names, and it should only have his legal name in it because he's underground. Aizawa, sir. Thank you, Aizawa, sir. I'll tell the others, and I'm guessing to also get ready for when they return. Will Midoriya Izuku be injured coming back as well? He let out another sigh as he looked at the ceiling. This guy is a FING idiot. Ugh, I don't know because I wasn't the one that was called. Aizawa gave the nurse a deadpan expression as they looked a bit embarrassed as they looked at his arms. He really has to tell him everything, doesn't he? Is a new guy or something? Get ready just in case he needs immediate care, but also be ready to put it all back just in case Izuku doesn't need it. The nurse perked up and nodded his head a few times, then ran off with a walkie-talkie pulled up to his mouth. Aizawa heard the distant voice tell the staff the new information as it slowly got quieter. He really needs a nap or something. He'll need to wait till they're back though. Aizawa laid his head on the pillow again and let his eyes close softly. Resting his eyes are different from falling asleep. He still needs to make sure no one comes in because if they do, Hawks could throw a FING fit. God, Aizawa really adopted a giant territorial bird and a smaller territorial bird. Zashi was right, they now have a legal baby and a goddamned illegal baby. What the F has his life come to?